racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. And we are live from New York City's racetrack, Aqueduct in South Ozone Park, Queens. And another glorious winter day, actually a little bit more mild than what we've seen throughout the weekend, as we are post Cigar Mile here on this Sunday. Welcome to the show, everyone. I'm Maggie Wolfendale. I'm pleased to have you join us on today's show. We will bring you the Garland of Roses here from the Big A. It's our featured 8th race, but also we'll recap some of the graded stakes action from yesterday, including the Grade 2 Cigar Mile, as well as the Demoiselle and the Remsen. And we'll take a look at today's feature. It is the Garland of Roses, as I said, 3-year-olds and up, fillies and mares, 6 furlongs. We did see a defection of St. Benedict's Prep, as well as L&J, kind of 2 major players in here, but it looks as though might all be about the New York bred possibly, and Can't Hurry Love. More on her in a minute as I welcome in my co-host Paul Veterosa. And Paul, it's been a pleasure doing the show with you this whole weekend.
I know. I had a lot of fun this weekend. You know, we never worked together
and then
prior
boom.
to last week, and then it's like, boom, 0 to 60.
Yeah.
It's like all you and I the whole time. It was great. No, it's a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun.
And looking forward to the Garland of Roses here today.
Absolutely no hangover from Cigar Mile at all.
Let's keep rolling.
I think that we'll keep going. And even though there's a couple of scratches in that race still came up pretty strong. You can make cases for quite a number of horses in there, so it should be fun.
Yeah, let's take a look at the New York bred Can't Hurry Love for trainer Dave Duggan. Now, she is coming off a bit of a layoff here, Paul. We haven't seen her since winning the Dancer Renee, in which she beat a pretty salty field.
Listen, I mean, she's such a cool horse, right? You can't help but not love her. And I thought she was impressive, you know, in this effort, being able to win this race. And I thought that she was getting better each start, too, and then ultimately having to now have the layoff. But listen, you don't really have to rewind the clock too much. I mean, last year in this race, she only lost it by a neck and probably should have won it against Hot Fudge, who was going really good at the time for Linda Rice.
And furthermore, she's had these kind of layoffs in the past, and it doesn't seem to slow her down necessarily. She's able to come back off of respective breaks and still perform admirably.
Yeah, and shown up for these dances and run against some decent horses, whether New York bred competition or open. You know, she's been there, and she hasn't disgraced herself at all in any of those starts, really.
Romero Mirage will get the mount today for, I believe, the first time, as if you want to play the Garland of Roses, as well as any other of the race. It's a whole Duggan family.
Yeah,
Duggan,
everybody turned out for that one. I don't blame them.
Fair. I know. She's got to be the barn favorite, right?
Yeah, she's got to be a cool horse to be around.
Exactly. If you want to play today's races, and make sure you do so with your Naira Bets account, as new members can earn that $200 deposit match bonus when you check out nairabets.com and use promo code BONUS200. We'll kick things off today with a good one. It's a Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day for the 2-year-old fillies, and they are traveling a mile, as we do see 3-2 on My Sharona. I thought a very good effort first time out. She did take a little bit of money, but everything indicating, at least pedigree and the way that she is physically put together, that more distance would be preferable.
Absolutely for her. And listen, it's turned out to be a nice field, a small field, but a nice field that we'll talk about in just a bit.
The iconic silks right there, but the guy wearing them, he's going to be an icon if he isn't already one already. As he became for a single season, he set the record for stakes wins yesterday, taking down 2 of ours here at the Big A. Obviously aboard Tizzy in the Sky, and then a little later on with Poster getting the win there, but also tying the single season graded stakes wins with Jerry Bailey with 55.
You know, it's been a great year for Flavien Prat. Fantastic, as it says on that graphic. And this is what he worked for, though. Yeah. You know, this is what he wanted, and he chased after it, and he came east to do that, to have more opportunities, to have more tracks to ride at, and more horses to travel with. And listen, he's done it not only in New York, but he's done it everywhere else. And listen, he's well on his way to getting that Eclipse Award.
So well-rounded. As Kendrick Carmouche, though, he'll be aboard at number 1. Hey, everybody.
We'll see if this horse can get the mile distance. He kind of quit last time out, so we'll see what we get today.
Take out the 2 here, as number 3 is a first-time starter for John Terranova, Fast Market.
They paid up for this horse, $210,000. Has a good gate work, 2 starts back.
Here,
works back.
Sorry. Here is your favorite, My Sharona, in her second start.
I really think this horse will end up ultimately going off favored. Was game last time, getting turned away by Beauty Reigns.
Love you more. For Christophe Clement.
Love you too. Sorry, Tom. Not that way, though. I don't want Tom to get jealous.
He understands.
Okay.
Is it the Juddmonte Silks with Flavien Prat aboard on Ramify?
Listen, go back to the second dam sightseeing. We all know she was a 7-time Grade 1 winner. This horse is drawn perfectly outside. We'll see what this horse can do, though, going the mile distance in a debut. Sometimes it can be a little bit tricky going longer.
Could not agree more. But here is number 1, Hey Everybody, who could work out to be the speed of the speed in here.
It's interesting when you look at this horse because this horse has shown speed in all starts when to be forward and ran against some crazy good horses, too, like Senza Parole and Stunner in the first couple starts. Even Lucille Ball was just super well prepared and professional in the debut. My only problem I just had with this horse was last time out just kind of was done at the 5/16. So I know this horse has shown sparks and talent of wanting to run and shows that speed early, but what makes you think that this horse is going to want to stay the mile unless this horse gets comfortable alone up front?
But with that being said, you would have to think that the favorite, My Sharona, is going to be breathing down her neck most of the way.
I would think so. I would think, especially based on the last race, too. And despite the fact that the 4 was actually kind of climbing early and didn't care for the dirt and kind of being kicked back and stuff. I mean, she's a big girl. Look at her on the screen. I mean, she's a big girl, literally. I was not going to try to beat her in this spot. I just feel like she gave Beauty Reigns all Beauty Reigns could handle. And considering it was the debut for My Sharona, I thought it was a good race. And we'll see if that race continues to turn up to be a good race in here. I think this horse, it's a good trip right off of the 1.
Yeah, she was also a little bit green in that debut, and Ray Handel actually saying to me, as we'll bring in Richard Migliori here, that he thought himself, based upon the way she trained Mig, that more distance would be preferable for My Sharona.
Yeah, and I could see that from a physical perspective as well, Maggie. She warmed up very nicely, really good mover, very efficient. Romero Mirage, had that familiarity with her from last time. And she is going to be tough to beat. There is no doubt about that. And, I start looking at pedigrees the further distances we go. And if you dig into her pedigree, it comes down to that broad brush line, ack. There's a lot of stamina influence on the female side of this family. The 5 horse, another first-time starter that there are 2 on the outside, but we'll start with the 5, Love You More. Owned by Barry Schwartz. McLean's music, kind of first instinct, you go, wow, maybe she wants to, be more of a sprinter type. But looking at her from a physical perspective, you can see why she's starting out at a longer distance. Although I will say she does give you a little bit of a turfy feel when you look at her. And then the outside runner is who ultimately I'm going to land on here because I don't want to pick a 6-5 shot, and I have no false illusions. I do think the 4, My Sharona, will be tough to beat. But the 6, Ramify, her Grand Dam is Sightseek. She is the spitting image of her Grand Dam, and she was one heck of a race mare. And it's just interesting when you see one that almost you go, man, that's like her reincarnated. Looks great, great outside draw, and you get the man of the moment, Flavien Prat.
Richie, thank you. And yeah, watching her at least on screen, Ramify, she looks like a bull of an animal out there, Paul.
Yeah, she looks pretty big, too. So this is going to be an interesting race because I want to see, too, how much speed she's going to have from an outside draw today to see if she's forward in a race where they're, obviously we know the 1's going to be out there. We know the 4 will be out there. But it'll be interesting to see if the 6 more than the 5 shows some speed.
My Sharona completing her warm-up as the even money favorite. Looks to be behaving a little bit better there, so that's a good sign as she is taking all the money. Ray Handel also had more than grace in here. She's scratched, but let's take a look at another first-time starter here, Paul, in number 3, Fast Market. She's a daughter of Volatile, and, he's gotten off to a good start as a sire in his freshman season, hitting at 21% with this crop.
Yeah, he's done well. And, they paid up for this horse, obviously. $210,000 for this horse. Does have a decent enough breezing gate work, 2 works back. I'm just curious if this is more of like a turfy kind of feeling. The sibs that I saw, they won sprinting on the dirt. So I'm kind of getting a little mixed signals with this horse as far as how the surface and how far this horse wants to go.
Yeah, it does feel as though the majority of the progeny on the bottom side were better on the turf. And I'll say this, too. I thought for a daughter of Volatile that going long first time out didn't necessarily make sense to me either because he was a sprinter. Most of his progeny have been sprinters, so yeah. I kind of scratched my head a little bit about that. But I will say this, John Terranova is one of those trainers that they are fit first time out.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of foundation behind them, and make sure he has them ready to go. So taking some money here at 5-1.
Post time for our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, and we have a daughter of Spendthrift Farm, Sire Matoli, in here. Hey, everybody, as we get back to her here, Paul, I agree with you that is there distance limitations? And two, you know, she goes out for Todd Pletcher, and it just feels like once the chances start adding up for horses out of barns like this, then that's when you don't really want them.
Yeah, and I just wonder if the sprinting didn't work out, so now we're going to try the mile and see if this horse can get in front. Just throw something new at this horse to see if something sticks in a way. I mean, you know, based on the way the races have played out, we would expect this horse to be in front unless something goes wrong at the break. And listen, you know, I know there's a couple of firsters in here in Sands, My Sharona, who ran into Beauty Reigns, but to be fair, Hey Everybody came out of better races as far as quality of horses, you know, just going down the line. I know it's been 3 starts as opposed to 1, but has faced tougher competition.
Well, I mean, hindsight's 2020 when you're looking at it, and you don't really know how those 2-year-old races stack up. And, you know, Beauty Reigns, I know she was entered in the Demoiselle. Honestly, she had a ridiculous trip.
Yeah, it was not a good.
And that's a lot to throw at a 2-year-old filly, in which it was a fast race as well. So I'm willing to figure out. I don't really know. I think you can safely say this jury is kind of still out on the quality of My Sharona's.
Yeah, we talk about it. We talked about it this week quite a bit, how sometimes when you get to this time of the year, too, it's kind of hard to make those determinations because horses that run well in the maiden races, they just get thrown right into stakes competition because there's not many allowance races for them or places to go as a 2-year-old. So you throw them in the deep end of the pool and you find out what happens.
Yeah, exactly. As we did see the front gates open there for Hey Everybody to encourage her to walk in line. Did see number 4, My Sharona, getting a little more amped up as they approached the gate, but she went in beautifully. And we will send it up to Chris Griffin for the call of the opener here. It's a Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day here from the Big A.
Goes in. All set. And they're off. Hey Everybody has early speed. My Sharona's in the early mix as well, but Hey Everybody is the clear leader. Down towards the inside and splitting horses now. Here comes Fast Market to join them, and now Fast Market emerges with the front. Is got a tight hold, wants to go. Fast Market brings him out of the chute, is up by a half length. Pressure to the inside and outside, though, as My Sharona is towards the outside in second. At the rail, Hey Everybody's holding that position. 23 seconds flat for that opening quarter mile. They are about 7 lengths in front now of Love You More, who's taken alone now in fourth. And at the back, Ramify is just comfortable enough at the back of the pack, is 10 lengths off the battling trio. The leader is Hey Everybody. Hey Everybody is now a neck back in front. Fast Market continues to chase here from second. And My Sharona watching the action from third, 3 wide. 46-1 for that half-mile time. From the back, no move yet, but here comes Ramify. And now Ramify is in gear, has had some pace to chase, is still about 7.5 off the lead, is right there with Love You More. They travel as a pair, and they're catching up to the leaders now. My Sharona is looming up to the outside. Orange Cap Company is coming from behind here, as towards the inside, Fast Market is shoved along at the rail. Hey Everybody. My Sharona has taken the lead, 112 flat for 3/4 of a mile. Ramify and Love You More in full pursuit. My Sharona is going to have to hold them off for a final furlong, and Ramify is catching with every single stride. Here comes Ramify, and Ramify is going to run right on by. Ramify is the leader. It's now still hanging in there is My Sharona, who battles back. Ramify almost there. My Sharona. Ramify wins the opener. Ramify over My Sharona, Love You More, Hey Everybody, and Fast Market in 1 minute 38-3.
Quick Fraction setting it up for first-time starter Ramify to get the win and graduate at first asking.
I'll tell you this, Flavien Prat did not give up on this horse, started working on this horse as they made their way into the turn and had some pace to chase. It came from a long way out of it. No real excuses for the 4. My Sharona had a good trip behind the leaders in there and just got beat today by a firster that got there a little bit faster than she did in here. And to be honest with you, I mean, she kind of fought back a little bit. The wire, it's not like she quit either.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I was going to disagree with you, but until you added that, because look at the other pace horses.
Yeah,
I mean,
they all collapsed.
folded,
Yeah, they collapsed.
and she, even when Ramify came up to her, kind of re-engaged a little bit. So heartbreaking defeat, but nonetheless, pedigree with those iconic silks in Ramify, as Meg said, looking a lot like her prestigious second dam Sight Seek. As we'll take a look back here at the start, we saw that actually first-time starter for John Terranova, Fast Market, have a bit of early speed, being that daughter of Volatile, and actually she doesn't break on top, but then she kind of grabs the bit with Eric Cancel and says, let's go.
Yeah, put herself in a position to be in front and then got taken back to be behind Hey Everybody off Hey Everybody's hip pocket. And yeah, I don't know, but I just feel like at the end of the day, we were right about Hey Everybody. The mile just didn't work out, and the fractions didn't work out for this horse, so we'll go back to the drawing board there. But that was a nice effort for a first-time starter that drew an outside post.
Flavien Prat, of course, aboard for trainer Chad Brown. She does get the win, this daughter of Munnings. Wow, been a great juvenile weekend for Munnings.
Yeah, I'm a big Munnings guy. I love when that horse used to sprint. And the Munnings could do anything, really. You know, we can see with the Prodigy, too.
Yeah, I know. Obviously, is a big fan of Speightstown, too, as he, too, can get a horse to do anything. But Ramify, she's going to get her picture taken here. We'll have more, including official prices on the other side of this break. And we'll also recap the Cigar Mile locks. He was loaded to get the win here, second off the bench with John Velasquez aboard, the Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. Welcome back to the program. It's America's Day at the Races. Thanks for joining us here on this Sunday afternoon. We just saw a filly with a pretty nice pedigree, daughter of Munnings, going back to multiple Grade 1 winner Sight Seek. She gets the job done over heavily favored My Sharona, the one with experience. Got a nice pace setup to get it done, but as always, you can keep going through today's card with your free Equibase PPs when you head on over to naira.com/TV schedule to download those. As the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, prices for you 3-1, decent price on the Chad Brown trainee and Flavien Prat aboard. And Flavien, the man of the hour and likely Eclipse Award winner, is standing by with Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Maggie. And Flavien, Ramify dropped back early, but you looked very confident. Was she always giving you that feeling that you had horse underneath you?
It felt like she was traveling well. Once I got behind horses and she took a bit of kickback, she kind of sucked back. But after that, she did everything right. She was willing to do everything I asked for.
Yeah, she's got such a rich pedigree, and she looks so much like her Grand-Am Sightseeker, who was a Grade 1 winner. It'll be interesting to see if she can emulate that.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, it seems like it's a good thing to look like the grandma for sure.
Well, especially with deep pedigree, right, with the Juddmonte horses. Flavien, great day yesterday. Been a great year. Taking the single season mark for stakes wins and tied now for graded stakes wins. Where is your next stop? Where are you headed? And how many more opportunities do you have to actually own that graded stakes record on your own?
So next week I'm going to ride at Losal, the Futurity. And after that, I'll be opening day at Santa Anita. So I don't know how many days there is before the end of the year, but we still have a few opportunities.
And you've been going at it so hard all year. I know when I was riding, a certain point of the year, some fatigue would set in. How have you been managing that, and are you going to get any kind of a break before the new year starts?
Yeah, after next Saturday, I'm going to leave for a few days. Honestly, yeah. I mean, once I booked that break, all of a sudden it kind of hit me, and yeah. I mean, I'm a bit tired. It's been a long season, a lot of flight. I've been traveling a lot, but it's it's a great opportunity, and when you travel every weekend to ride some of the best horses in the country is just something that I really enjoy, appreciate, and don't take for granted.
Well, you have shown that just to be such a true professional and such a pleasure to have here in this jockey colony. Did you get to do anything last night to celebrate these milestones?
Not really, honestly. I just went to dinner, but no, like I say, after next Saturday, I'm going to take a few days with my wife and my kids, and I'm going to have time to kind of enjoy this year and kind of look back and really appreciate what has been done and focus on next year.
Congratulations on all your success. Very well deserved. And guys, a top jockey like Flavien is in the unusual position of being able to afford a private chef, but not always able to afford to eat the cooking.
Wait, does he have a private chef?
Yeah, what? Did we hear that? Wait, was that in the interview? He had a chef?
I missed that.
I missed that too.
I thought I was listening.
Yeah, I'm like, get him to cook for us up here or something. Like, is he here? Like, is he on
Like, we'll
premises?
take what you
Yeah,
want,
like, what do you got?
Flavien.
Like, is he here?
Yeah. But
Okay.
find out more about it. I
Yeah.
didn't know if that was a Meg analogy or if that was the truth. But
yeah, I'm gonna
anyway,
ask Flavien if I see him later.
exactly.
What's up with
Total
that?
class act. Total class act.
Yeah.
Flavien Prat, but a well-deserved little rest. And as he said, he's grateful for all the opportunities. But at the end of the day, I think any person with a young family as he does, you want to spend some time with them, and you get to miss some things, and you want to kind of make up with that.
Yeah.
Well, today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. We still have 8 more for you. Race 4 begins the pick 6. Race 5, the 50-cent late pick 4, and of course, our featured Garland of Roses goes as today's 8th race over our fast track. We'll check in with race number 2. It is a 10 claimer going to 6 furlongs for the older fillies and mares. 3-2 on Jackie the Joker. She is the main drop down in here, just facing a lot better company in her previous several starts for Wayne Potts.
Yeah, I mean, this is the logical spot and the logical drop down for this horse. We'll see what kind of trip this horse works out. Should be close to any pace that's in here, especially on the drop.
Yeah, Willful Desire, likely pace setter. But yesterday, some great performances, as we mentioned at the start of the show, especially in the Cigar Mile locked. It was so great to see a horse that they had been patient with come back and do this yesterday. And he was on the hard, wide chase throughout, but just proving best. And, I'm sure they're a little remorseful that they didn't get the 3-year-old campaign, but like you said, I'm almost happy he missed it because now we have a legitimate 4-year-old.
Yeah, you got something to look forward to, right? Don't look behind you. Look to what's ahead of you. And not for anything, I mean, Johnny Velasquez just rode this horse really well, too. And the same body language that we got in the return race, where this is my playground, this is my backyard at Aqueduct, we got it again yesterday, and even better in some respects. It didn't matter, you know, and I think that's where of him being wide, I think that's where the smarts of a rider like Johnny Velasquez comes in as well, because he kept him out of trouble. You know, didn't get anything kicked in his face, didn't have any horses stopping in front of him. He was just the best. I thought he ran phenomenal, and he ran down a horse, you know, in Mulligan, who there was questions about this horse getting back out to the mile, but he answered them, and it's just that Locked was better. And look at Locked coming down to the wire. I mean, just watch his body language, his ears, everything. I mean, this horse just screamed sitting on another big race, and it's very exciting to see what's going to happen with this horse next year, because as long as this horse stays sound, it's going to be a big year for this horse.
Absolutely, and he's proven that he can be effective from 7 furlongs, and one would think out to 1.1 miles, given what he did as a 2-year-old. So excited to see what Locked can do. A good effort, as you said, by Mulligan, his first try at a mile. But I had the opportunity to catch up with Aaron Wellman from Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners. He, understandably so, was full of joy after Locked's big win.
Thanks to our great partners for also displaying the patience that they have. Gary Brode, Walmack Farm, and of course, you know, Todd and his team for detecting the injury back on Fountain of Youth Day in the spring so that we could be here today, and Ian Brennan and his team at Stone Street. So it's been a team effort, our vets, everybody. Johnny put up a masterful ride today, so the horse really did it at the end of the day.
He really did with that wide trip, but you were just saying to me, I don't usually watch races here, and I was watching it trackside. Talk a little bit about that experience.
Yeah, you know, there's no place like Aqueduct, and it's really good to see. There's some energy here. There's some vibe happening today. So, look, it just goes to show you bring good racing and good horses anywhere, people are going to show up. So there's nothing like winning a race in New York, especially a big one. The Cigar Mile, it's just such a historic race. You know, I get chills thinking about it. It's a real shame that it's not a grade 1, but I think in terms of prestige, it's definitely considered a grade 1, and this was a grade 1 caliber field today for sure, and just really, really thrilled to get the W with Locked. He's back, he's an exceptional talent, and hopefully this is just another step on many more big ones.
It's true, as we were just saying, and Locked earning a career-high buyer for that performance yesterday with a 101, but he was one of several wins in the Cigar Mile for Todd Pletcher, getting 7? Am I counting that right? 7 there. And John Velasquez getting his 5th overall, which is tying for the record for most wins in the Cigar Mile. But Mig, I know that the Cigar Mile, a race near and dear to your heart. What did you think of Locked's performance yesterday?
I thought it was a tremendous performance. He was basically kind of packed 4 or 5 wide the entirety of the far turn, and he just kept coming with that relentless rally. And what a job Todd Pletcher's done to get this horse back to this point. You know, there, you know, almost a year off, comes back with that allowance, points for the Cigar Mile, gets it done. And this is really exciting because this horse was a 2-year-old that looked like he might be the best 2-year-old in the country, then obviously had setbacks. And the fact that he showed so much brilliance at 2, you know there's going to be improvement with that maturity. And how about the prospects for next year, guys, with the 3-year-olds that are returning and adding depth to an older horse division, right? Sierra Leone, Fierceness, Locked, Mystic Dan, your Derby winner. I'm really excited about the prospects for the older horse division last year. I thought it was a bit lean this year, not a lot of consistency. I think next year we're in for a treat as people that cover racing, but also as racing fans.
I could not agree more. I'm like sitting on the edge of my seat, Meg. Thank you. With what might come of the handicap division, because as Meg said, it's been a little bit weaker as of late, as it sounds as though Locked could be pointing to the Pegasus World Cup on January 25th, or possibly a start in the Saudi Cup too, as we see Jackie the Joker in the paddock. 9-5 currently, as she is tacked and ready to go for today's second race. More on this one to come after the break. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
Down, get on, get on, 350. Here we go. 3 here, 50, down 4, 8.5, in the back. 1,400,000 stands way in the back. Thank you.
1,000,005, and I'm $1,006,000, $150,000, $1,550,000 and a half. $1,500,000. Jody, thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Welcome back to the program. We are brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. It's America's Day at the Races with live coverage from Aqueduct here in South Ozone Park, Queens. And looks like where is that? I don't take public transportation.
That is Moynihan Station, Moynihan Hall, I think.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
I haven't taken a train in a long time.
I do take if I go to the city, which is very rare. I generally head east from here. I do take the LIR.
Okay.
In. Yeah. That's usually to Penn or to
Grand Central.
Grand Central.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'd rather just drive.
I feel you on that front as well. Be on your own schedule.
Yeah.
I'm totally with you there. As horses are making their way out of the paddock, going to hit the track soon for this Claiming 10. And you had some interest, I believe, in currently 4-1 Our Funny Business.
Yeah, it's just going to have some speed in front of her to get the job done today. I feel like even the last 2 races that she ran, My First Love, the winner of each race, got nice trips in there. It'll be interesting to see now what happens on a fast track as opposed to a sloppy track for this horse. But if we can get a little bit of pace in front of her, we'll see if she can come from off the pace in here. I still feel the 1 is probably the most likeliest winner of this race, but I just took a little shot with the 3 against her.
Riders up there, and it's interesting. You know, we often talk about, Eric Cancel doesn't necessarily have a desire to put horses on the front end, as we kind of saw in the first race, but he's on the lone speed here.
And that's kind of an interest. That kind of muddies the waters, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't it a little bit? So, listen, it was coming back the bottom off that voided claim. So we'll see what happens with a 4-month layoff. I mean, Linda Rice should have this horse forward if the instructions were right.
Kicking off the post parade, your favorite, Jackie the Joker.
Drops in class, logical here. Should lay close. Softest field this horse has faced in a while.
Turning back, blinkers on for Sister Linda.
Probably needed the last race too, but hasn't gone 6 furlongs since this horse's debut.
Yeah. Number 3, our Funny Business. Second start for Michael Catalano.
Yeah, going to look for this horse to come late with a run.
Here is Gringotts.
It's going to have to improve on the most recent efforts, but pretty far back late in those.
At 9-1, possible other speed contenders, Bad Connection.
Yeah, drops. It does have some speed in here as well. Just hasn't had much success in the 2 starts at Aqueduct.
And here is another quick one in number 6, Willful Desire.
Yeah, going first time for Linda Rice. We'll see if it shows speed off that voided claim and trainer change.
Long shot on the outside, Everly's Girl.
Just hasn't been able to beat several of these when they've danced dances together. Has been beaten quite a bit.
Well, as we take a look at the bonus, $25 bonus on Sundays here. Make sure you opt in over at NyraBets.com. And then on the final Sunday, you get that $25 bonus when you bet 75, of course, every Sunday. Make sure you opt in over at NyraBets.com. There is your pick, Paul. Number 3, our funny business. As you mentioned, track surface, a little bit of a question mark because she has won the bulk of her races on the wet track. But then again, she's run some fast figures on a fast one, too.
Yeah, and basically, she's pace dependent, right? So she's going to need some pace in front of her and some horses back end from her. Now, you would know better than I do. Does she normally warm up without the pony?
Yes, she looked better than ever last time, too. A filly that sometimes struggles to kind of carry her weight that well. And I thought Michael had done a great job with kind of her turning her inside out, as we'll check in with Mig and see if he thinks the same thing for her second off the claim.
Yeah, the 3 are funny business. Really liked her in the paddock. Looks terrific, carrying good weight, coat really good, especially for this time of year. Really wish she would have shown just a bit more energy level in the warm-up. Now, some horses take a bit longer to warm up than others. I know I take a very long time to warm up at this stage of my life with all my past injuries, but I just wish she would have looked a touch more fluid. And maybe, that's normal for her, and she'll get better as she goes, but I just wasn't crazy about her energy level in the warm-up. The one, Jackie the Joker, is going to be tough to beat. I mean, obviously, she's 7-5. I'm always a little reticent to pick, short price favorites, 6-5 now she just ticked down to. But she is very much the horse to beat. Looks good. Wayne Potts' horses are usually pretty well turned out, and this is no exception here. The 6 horse is ultimately who I landed on in Willful Desire because, like you guys, I believe she is lone speed, and I do think she makes the lead. Now, the one thing I hope, though, is that Eric Cancel doesn't go to the lead and then just throw out the anchor. And, the art or the idea of riding a horse with speed is not to go to the lead and go as slow as you possibly can. It's to kind of dole out that speed in a way that creates an advantage for you. And I've never understood why riders will hold a horse up until closers are in close proximity to them, and then they're expecting to outkick the closers. What kind of strategy is that? You're playing to their strength. Use your speed as your weapon, and when you can, slip away. Give them the horses behind you some work to do. Take them off the bridle. Mitigate their late kick a little bit. So I just hope that Eric doesn't go as slow as he possibly can. I hope he allows her to go in a stride that is comfortable and natural for her.
Yeah, I do agree with you there, Meg. That is the art, which Meg was very adept at doing.
Yes, 100%. Especially when we had the inner track here, too.
Oh, yeah, forget about it.
Playing to inside speed at times. Richie knew what to do out there,
and
for sure.
And two, there's a body, language, a body, position, I think, because so often just purely from galloping horses, if you're on one that wants to be a little bit aggressive, you almost kind of make yourself small.
Yes.
Because they want to fight with you. So, sometimes, look, if you're galloping and you have to keep them slow, you're just going to anchor yourself. Fine. But sometimes, most times, horses, they're going to resent you, especially those older ones that have that aggressive nature. They're going to resent you getting in their face. So if you can just kind of get small and not get in their way and just have that light feel of their mouth, I think that's when they're happy. That's when they get in that rhythm.
Yeah, as aerodynamically and
Correct.
Quiet as possible. Julio Pessoa used to do that around here years ago. People remember from the 90s. He would get so tiny on a horse and just put his head down and get down on a horse. But it's true, though. You want to be as aerodynamic and small and not get in the horse's way.
Here's number 2 as well. Sister Linda, as you mentioned, maybe needing the start. She has some go-back races that if she finds one of those, she could be a player.
She could be. I'm interested at the 6 furlongs because she hasn't run that since her debut, so it's kind of an interesting distance for her. She's been mostly at 7 a mile or going longer, since then. So she's putting the blinkers on today, too. So I wonder if that's going to sharpen her up a little bit because she was up close to that moderate pace last time out. So we'll see what she does from an inside draw going 6.
Yeah, it looks like they're adding a fairly significant cup owner as well, and you kind of find that often with turning back horses to shorter distances.
Yeah, it's an interesting, dynamic to this race now, because we've seen Christopher Elliott kind of be aggressive with horses that have broke well, and now you're talking about Eric Cancel on the outside, who we've seen not be so aggressive at times with a horse with speed. And I've got to believe the 5 Bad Connection, despite coming in from Finger Lakes and dropping, does have some early pace to this horse. Granted, the win 2 back was on a day where like 6 of the 8 races were won by horses that were 1 or 2 at the first call. But regardless of that, this horse has shown speed anyway. May not be as fast as Willful Desire, but we don't know what kind of ride we're going to get from Willful Desire.
Right, and we've seen Francisco Martinez deliver some, pretty adept rides at times.
Yeah, being aggressive, too.
Correct.
When he needs to be, and putting horses on the front end that have natural speed. So it'll be an interesting chess match. And at the end of the day, I mean, that's what I'm hoping for with my horse. Our Funny Business gets a little pace to chase. But the horse, I mean, Jackie the Joker, too, you do not. I don't believe Jackie the Joker is going to be 6 lengths out of this race. I mean, Jackie the Joker's best option here is to be up close.
Yeah, I honestly think, you're hoping for a complete pace
I need pace in front of me.
Jackie the Joker might get the jump.
Yes, he's going to get first run.
She's going to be closer.
Yeah,
exactly. But, hey, we saw deep closer in the first race, but they are shortening up a bit, going the 6 furlongs as opposed to the mile from the opener, as we do see the favorite there heading into line, Lane Luzzy aboard, and she, you look at Starship Defiant, deck of cards, she's a little edgy. They're just better horses.
Yeah, much better fields, and was on the chase 2 starts back. I don't even think ran that bad in the slop either, but now is the time of the year where they're going to drop this horse and try and get a win. And if they lose the horse, they lose the horse. I mean, it's just what it is in the claiming game.
Yeah, and Wayne Potts has been playing the claiming game very well as of late, hitting at 22% at this current meeting with his runners. As we see your selection, our Funny Business heading into line with Luis Rivera in the irons, and we will send it up to Chris Griffin for the call here of race number 2 from the Big A.
Willful Desire, Everly's Girl. Everly's Girl, last to load. Goes in, all set. And they're off. Bad Connection right out towards the front and quickly sprints clear, is up by 1.5 lengths. Trying to keep up towards the outside. There comes Willful Desires, trying to be up in that early mix, also right there with Everly's Girl. That's the top 3. Just back to 4th is Jackie the Jokers, which is right to the outside. Just had to steady briefly. Now moves towards the outside into the 2 path, is followed by Sister Linda, and they are now in 4th and 5th. Second to last is Gringotts with the trailer. The back end, Our Funny Business. 22 and 4 for a quick opening quarter mile. Bad Connections in front is chased by Everly's Girl, who moves in closer. 3 wide. Here comes Willful Desire. Jackie the Joker, not the easiest journey so far, is trying to keep up here from 4th, is towards the outside. Sister Linda is going to take the inside path, is in the Blue Silks, is right there in 5th. They approach a quarter mile left to go, and the leading trio continues to go at it. Bad Connections towards the inside. Here's Willful Desire down the center of the racetrack. Everly's Girl is in between horses. Jackie the Joker's got to pick it up. Switches towards the outside as Willful Desire is kicked on. It's Willful Desire sprinting away inside that final furlong. Willful Desire is up by 2.5 lengths. Everly's Girl. Jackie the Joker flying on from the back for a minor placing. That's going to be Our Funny Business, but it's all Willful Desire gets the victory. Willful Desire wins it over Jackie the Joker. Then came Our Funny Business, followed by Everly's Girl in 1 minute 12 seconds flat.
All right, well done, Eric. You made us look like fools.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Eat my words.
He actually rated Willful Desire and gets the win first time for Linda Rice.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad journey, all things considered. I mean, listen, Bad Connection went out there to the front, which said had some speed coming down, and Everly's Girl was out there as well. Just had a good trip, and really, it took a while for Jackie the Joker to get going, and my horse came from way back to be 3rd.
Yeah, it looked like Jackie the Joker wanted to lug in pretty badly, and she didn't want to stay straight down the lane. 4 lane. But taking a look here, we saw number 5 shipping in from Finger Lakes. Bad Connection, we said could be fast, and she was. Everly's Girl, actually in hindsight, not running that badly. I know she ended up, 4th in here?
Yeah, I think she was 4th.
Yeah, 4th, but part of that early pace as a long shot in here. But taking a look at the far turn, we see Willful Desire ranging up on the outside, and she just had the jump on any of the other closers that finished 2nd and 3rd in here in Jackie the Joker and Our Funny Business.
Yeah, and ultimately just sat the best trip
yeah.
off the speed, and we were just like, wow. not a shock that he's rating a speed horse, but it just happened to work out this time. So kudos to Eric and Linda Rice. First off a trainer change, wins yet again.
Yeah, and that certainly did the trick here off the voided claim as well and off the bench. Well done, Linda Rice. Congratulations to Pristine Racing for this daughter of Frisian Fire getting the win here. Start 22. 6 wins. Actually, you know what? She doesn't have that bad of a record, this Maryland bred.
Yeah, all things considered when you look at it. And I just wonder, too, in Jackie the Joker's case, if it was just didn't have it and looking at it, maybe it's starting to get to be long in the season for this horse after 13 starts and just maybe just has had enough for the year.
Yeah, that does happen. As 4-year-old filly getting the win here at 3-1, 6-1-3-7. Unofficially here, Aqueduct at the Big A. Continues.
Interesting. I wonder. I don't think anybody's lining up to claim this horse.
Well, it's
interesting.
So funny
Yeah, you don't know
because
you get to this time of the year. I agree.
And people want horses. They want dirt horses, but
Yeah.
sometimes they just don't want 10 claimers.
Yeah.
We'll see. Maybe Richie can find out for us. But on the other side of this break, we will recap the 2-year-old races. These races worth Kentucky Derby and Oaks points. Muhimma, she was sensational. Poster, he's undefeated in his career so far. But we'll talk more about these 2-year-old races on the other side of this break here on America's Day at the Races. Welcome back to the program. Willful Desire. She had the desire here on America's Day at the Races. First off, the trainer change for always successful Linda Rice. Eric Cancel getting the win for Pristine Racing. She went off as, I believe, the 3-1 second choice as she got that stalking 3-wide trip.
You know, at the end of the day, it was a nice trip. We hadn't seen her do that in over a year. You know, be able to sit and be able to rate and come from off the pace. And in fairness, she got a good trip off the 2 long shot leaders that were out there, but she still managed to finish off the race, which was important coming off of that layoff and that voided claimant. She did enough to hold off Jockey, the Joker, and the late closing Our Funny Business.
Well beaten as the favorite, though, at even money. Jockey, the Joker, and Our Funny Business rounding out that trifecta. Those two actually were the ones claimed here in this 10K claimer. Willful Desire returning $890, though. As I said, the second choice. Race number 3 will be coming up soon. It's a maiden 30 for the 2-year-olds. Did see a major defection in Vamonos in here. 9-5, though, on the Finger Lakes Invader Storm. And Sammy does have some speed.
Yeah, show some good early speed in here and may just very well be in front of this group. We'll see if the horse can carry it for 7 furlongs.
Yes, that is the major question. Burning Goes Boom taking a lot of early money, too, at 9-5 currently. As we'll take a look back, though, and recap the 2-year-old races from yesterday. The Remsen, it did go to a horse that had some question marks, but opened up in the wagering ball, taking a huge amount of money. I remember talking about him, and he was 3-1, and I was like, this horse kind of like escaped my, radar a bit, but he was a big bull of an animal in the paddock.
Yeah, and the early money talked, and it was right at the end of the day. Listen, Maggie, I think the key to victory here was a lot of Flavien Prat just getting the jump on Aviator Guy. And he even said it after the race, like around the 3/8, and he went wide. He had confidence that he was going to, A, make this the right move, and that B, that he had the horse to actually do it under him and be able to finish in there. So I know that poster kind of got like a little lonely when he hit the front. Like he just kind of idled for a second, but he still found a way to get it done. And listen, I think this horse ran well. He got an 84 buyer for it. So it's not bad first time on the dirt. Hopefully we'll see what they do with him now going into his 3-year-old year. We'll see what surface he's going to be on. And hopefully there'll be some improvement there. But I thought he ran well. I thought Aviator Guy lost nothing in defeat, even with kind of lugging in. I feel bad. It's like another Chad Brown horse that kind of lugged in him in the Remsen. But I think he's a horse that has some upside next year, too.
Yeah, he's a horse I liked. I didn't really understand why they wanted to go to the turf with him, because the Dam, a half-sister to Gun Runner, and he just looks like a distance dirt horse. Maybe it was a little bit more of a distance question, but he ran well. The big disappointment, though, was your favorite in Key Waden, where we just saw that pedigree be too influential, tilted far more to being a sprinter.
Yeah, I was big on this all week. I had said I thought this horse was going to have a little bit of a problem getting the distance, but of course you're never going to know until you find that out. And honestly, again, there was no major options for this horse probably to go in, but it was also Chad Brown and the connections, and you want to see what you have going in the Remsen. But I really thought the pedigree talked there, and it ultimately did for this horse on the race. So we'll see what happens with this horse next time out, maybe on a cutback.
Now the boys, they weren't as fast as the girls yesterday, as at least the 2-year-old variety. The Demoiselle featured a heavy favorite in Muhimma, and she delivered.
The cool thing about this race and this horse was, she basically used her speed to her advantage, and it's not that she got away the cleanest either, because with the open stall, she kind of ducked in a little bit. Flora just corrected her, let her get her feet under her, and just let her go with her natural speed, and she looked solid start to finish in here. She's just so bigger than everybody else watching her run. And the way she carries herself, just watching her head, her ears, her body language, she ran superb in here. I'm excited for her next year, because now she's proven she can go around a ground. And we talked about it earlier on Talking Horses. If she gets any bigger, she's going to be a scarier beast than she already is out there.
Massive.
So I just like the way that she carries herself. She's got this big, strong, like she knows what she's doing out there, sensibility to her.
Well, you can tell, too. Look at those ears go up right at the wire. You can tell she was doing it within herself. And proving that she's superior. We saw Ballerina Dwaro actually make a good run at her first start on the dirt. Chad Brown saying that, he thought about going to the tep-in, but rerouted because she was working so well on the dirt with those blinkers on, and he was right and justified in doing so. She just ran into a monster.
Yeah, and listen, there was no defeat, no shame in losing to the horse that she lost to in here, because for a first time on dirt, she ran well too. So again, it's another interesting conundrum, right? What do you do with these horses now going into their 3-year-old season We're going to see some of those turf horses back on turf. We're going to see them on dirt. But as far as the winner goes in Muhimma's case, I mean, this is now no problem. Now, she went a mile and an eighth. Now there's going to be no problem as you make your way towards the Kentucky Oaks next year. So it's just a matter of her coming back strong next season.
And speaking of strong, Brad Cox is just that with the likely 2-year-old champion filly Immersive, saying that it sounds like he is going to point Immersive to Oaklawn.
Yeah.
And Muhimma to the fairgrounds. So we'll see what's going on. But Richie, I know you were very taken by Muhimma yesterday in getting the win. She is such a beast. I'm so excited for the future for her.
Maggie, I think that's the proper word. She is a beast. You know, a lot of horses have ability. A lot of them have that size, that scope, but she has a little something extra going on, and that's her attitude, her demeanor. She's so focused and intense about her job, and that's not something you can train into a horse. That's not something you can teach a horse. Either they have it or they don't. Now, Muhimma means mission in Arabic, and she just looks like she's constantly on a mission. Everything with her is forward. And talking with Brad Cox about her in the paddock, you could tell he's very, very excited about her, very high on her. You know, he's not a guy that, you know, kind of waxes poetic about his horses, but I could tell before the race and then certainly speaking to him after the race, just how much he thinks of this filly. So he has at least 2 horses that are a potent possibility heading to the Kentucky Oaks, and probably even some more bench strength.
Yes, an embarrassment of riches for Brad Cox. He's always well represented in those 3-year-old races, but this year, or coming year, I should say, it's definitely with the fillies as Tizzy in the Sky. She kicked off the Greatest Stakes action, winning from off the pace, which I wasn't necessarily expecting from her, so I thought a really big performance.
Yeah, I don't think anybody was expecting that from her, too. But listen, she's a horse that has a lot of quality to her. We've seen it before. I was just happy to see her get a Greatest Stakes win because she had never had one before, and it's hard to think that she actually did, you know, going into it. But I thought she got a nice ride in here, and she sat a nice trip, and she was able to just fight it off late and find some more, you know, and dig in deep. And that's what you like to see with her and horses that have class.
Yeah, as a colt, she would rally into second as the beaten favorite, but we were both chuckling up here when Richie did his pre-race interview with Todd Pletcher, and Todd said, look, plan A is to go to the lead. Plan B, it's up to Flavien. Good thing it was up to Flavien.
I mean, plan B worked out very well. I don't think any of the top 3 in here ran badly at all. I mean, you know, a colt ran well, and it was again, gaps for a colt in races, you know, July to October, and then ran again in December. Movie Moxie never really showed that kind of moxie against Graded Stakes horses other than the last race, and I really liked Movie Moxie yesterday. Thought that she was going to get to the eventual winner and didn't. But Tizzy in the Sky, you got to give credit. Flavien Prat doing Flavien things this year, found the right spot for this horse early on and was able to kick clear and hold on. And like I said before, it's not like she hasn't won before in stakes competition. It was just the Graded Stakes competition she needed to get over. We thought maybe she might have needed an easy lead or maybe an easier trip, but she found a way to get it done yesterday.
Yeah, and good for her. A filly that now gets she got a 89 buyer for that win yesterday. Tizzy in the Sky for Kim Don Racing. Well, it's hard to believe all that Greatest Stakes action's over for the year here.
I know. Isn't it like a blur? I am a little bit. Like, isn't it a blur like when you think back to like January and now it's already December?
And now it's nearly January again.
Yeah, but you know what? Listen, we'll have Graded Stakes racing right around the corner, so
the
not
road
worried
to the
about
Kentucky
it.
Derby here at the Big A as horses in the paddock for today's 3rd race. More on this field of maiden claimers after this break here on FS2. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. Drain the Clock will bound home the winner. Drain the Clock, Jockey's Warrior, drain the clock by a head.
$120,000. $100,000 to the back.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to the program. It's America's Day at the Races here on FS2. Maggie Wolfenhill and Paul Veterosa along with you. It's Richard Migliori too. And race number 3 tacked and ready to go in the paddock. As you're checking out number 3, a gray son of Ironicus going out for Rachel Sells here as the current 7-5 favorite, Paul. And we were just joking in the break. Another speed horse for Eric Hansel. Will he rate this one and win?
I don't know, man. This one's gone 22 for all the quarters, so it's going to be hard to kind of sit back on this horse, I would think. But then again, you never know. He won the last race, so I don't know.
Now here's Stormin' Sammy's last race up at Finger Lakes, where he didn't break all that well, but he does quickly find his stride. So
Yeah.
that's why we won't see him on the lead, because he doesn't break that well.
Yeah, he got his feet underneath him pretty quickly here, and he got beat by a horse in Puckish who ended up getting a 73 figure for this race. So the race did come up fast anyway for the winner. So the drop in class here probably translates to the maiden special weight there. It just has the best figures coming in, so he's gonna more than likely, emphasis on likely, be in front here, or at least a part of the pace. 7 furlongs is probably the biggest question mark for this horse coming down, but again, has the best figures.
And there is, whoa, we'll spot him easily with those
Yeah,
silks.
you can't miss them.
Those are fluorescent.
Yeah.
Yeah, talking some strategy there with the assistant. As a horse that you are interested in is taking a lot of money, and that's number 6, Bernie Goes Boom in here from Mike Maselli. Extra furlong, looks like it might help this horse.
I think the extra ground will help, and if you kind of take a look and go back in this horse's PPs, the first race didn't get away so well. Just kind of meandered a little bit at the end, was so far back and made up a few lengths at the end, really didn't matter. Then they tried the turf going long again, didn't get out well and got bumped again, heading towards the top of the stretch. Last time out, I thought actually turned a corner, and I know it doesn't look it so much from the past performances, but when you break it down, it kind of was able to put in a little run late, pass a couple of horses late, gave off the impression that maybe going longer would help this horse out. So in this race today, drawing outside a little bit too may help and sit off of any speed that is in here.
Leg up there for Romero Mirage. And coming out of a race in which we saw Papa Paulie P in his subsequent start return with the win, though on the slower side against New York Bred Company with a 51 buyer.
Oh, I feel like sometimes it's not about
apples
the
and oranges.
Figure. Yeah, it's how you earn the figure.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, think about the race that we were on for the other day that went in 114. What kind of figure are you going to come up with that, and how do you take it into account going forward?
Exactly, as we'll meet the field here for the third. Kicking things off is a long shot, Valley Connection.
He throws the blinkers on in here. We'll see if the extra ground will help this one.
Number 3 is your favorite, Stormin' Sammy.
Should be forward in here, drops in class.
4-1 on Papa's Nico Boy, getting the blinkers.
Has shown some speed early on, or going to be forward, just needs to finish off some of these races.
Yeah, we'll see if the blinkers help that. Affliction as number 5 is run of the house.
This is an interesting horse. Expecting better from this horse today, and should be in range early on the drop down.
Huge drop down in class, but stopped readily. As number 6 is Bernie Goes Boom.
We'll see if the extra added distance helps this horse today.
And here's a big long shot on the outside. Regal Alliance switching from turf to dirt.
Yeah, dropping in class in here did not show much at all in the first start.
All right, that is Joey Martinez on that one. As if you want to play the races with us, make sure you do so with your NyraBets account. New members can get that $200 deposit match bonus when you use promo code BONUS200 as the horse is commencing their warm-ups on track. I find that I drink too much coffee and then I get really parched. Does that happen to you ever?
Okay, you're going to laugh at me and it's going to give you more ammo against me like you did with the
no,
phone.
You don't drink coffee.
I am like the worst Italian person ever. I've had 2 cups of coffee my entire life.
I didn't drink coffee, to be fair to you. I didn't drink coffee until I had children, so.
Okay, that's fair.
Probably why.
Fair.
So we'll check in with Meg. Meg, are you a coffee drinker?
I have 1 cup of coffee every day at about 5:15 in the morning, and that's it for the day. It's my way of starting the day. And Paul, 2 cups of coffee your whole life, man. Me and you got to talk. We really have to talk.
First it was the funnel cake, and now it's the coffee.
You've never had funnel cake?
No, I have now. It was a long time coming. I have now.
Okay, you've been deprived. Clearly, Meg, we got to educate this guy on culinary delights.
Yeah, absolutely. And listen, I've been making up for lost time. Okay, I went 30 years without eating bread, pasta, the whole thing. So now it's my time. It's Mig time, if you will. Let's talk horses, guys. We'll start with the 3 Storm and Sammy, your big favorite. Listen, the horses run faster than anybody else in here, but I think he's very suspect at the 7 furlong distance. I will take a strong stand against him to get the 7/8 here. Although I do think he is going to be very loose, and if you give any horse enough time to do something, they can get it done. So it could be he stays out the 7/8 just because of the overall quality of his competition. The 4 Papa Nico's Boy, I love the way this horse looks. He will be my top selection. When we talk about horses from a physical perspective, right? We're trying to fit those puzzle pieces, Maggie, and I know you do this, every single day, where you want what you see on paper to kind of somewhat back up what you see on the racetrack. Now, that being said, I find that how they look physically carries more weight in these lower level type races. Most of the good horses look good, so you would expect them to. Papa Nico's Boy is a standout from a physical perspective. He's a son of Blame. I think he can build off of his last race, adding blinkers, and I think he's going to sit a good trip just off of the pace. The 5 Run of the House, really nice impression for a horse that I thought hooked a very tough maiden allowance field first time out. And I loved when Christopher Elliott got a leg up. Man, did he squeal? He was really full of energy, very happy, and he's taking money, I think, with just a very appropriate drop in class. And then the 6, Bernie Goes Boom. If I like the 4 Papa Nico's Boy, I've got to like Bernie Goes Boom. They come out of the same race. He actually finished a bit in front of him. And he's trained by Mike Maselli, who does a terrific job. And for people that don't know Mike, he was a terrific rider. He won the Travers and the Haskell on holding pattern back in the day, and he was a guy that I actually got to compete with in the beginning of my career when Mike was getting ready to ease into his training career. Just a terrific horseman. Interesting race, but I'm going to go with the 4, Papa Nico's Boy.
All right, with those blinkers going on here in start number 6, Meg, thank you. And let's get back to the horse who is currently your second choice. And here, as Meg expressing concerns about the distance, as we both have up here with the favorite, Storm and Sammy, and getting the 7 furlongs. But Run of the House debuted at the 7 furlongs. Actually broke pretty well that day, Paul, and then backpedaled on the turn.
Yeah, it was involved early, which you like to see. And first time maybe just gave way, just was like, what's going on here? And kind of gave way. And they kind of just, eased up on the horse and just let the horse get around there safely at the end of the day. And now the horse comes back gelded. And really, when you look at that race and you pick that race apart, Dapper Moon got an 88 buyer, and then Guns Loaded came back with an 88 buyer. So it was a pretty strong race. And I would think with that experience today and now coming back in the drop in class, you would expect this horse to be prominent in here, especially against this group.
I got to make fun of my friend Ray Handel a little bit.
Uh-oh.
There's no trainer on the grounds that has more chestnut with flaxen mane and tail than Ray. He buys more of these horses. And I get it. He had a good one, an English Soul. But I have yet to be around one that's good.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering if this was from a perspective of a good thing or a superstition thing, but now I know it's a good thing. It's a good versus bad thing.
For him, he does have an affinity, I guess, for blondes. Meg? You're a blonde. Watch
I'm
out.
with you.
Ray might be looking for you.
No, that will not be in the card.
Oh, Meg, we lost you. Hopefully,
You scared him off.
I did. I literally did. He's running to the car park. Yeah, no, it's flaxen is when the chestnuts have that more blondish kind of look to their mane and tail, where most chestnuts look like the one in here that kind of have the matching mane and tail.
They match from head to toe.
Right. Yeah, run of the house 2-1. We'll see if he can be a bit more professional, have a little bit more stamina in his second race, and getting a lot of class relief here.
Yeah, I would think at the end of the day, the way that the race is supposed to set up is the 3's going to the front with the 4 and the 5 right attached. But we'll see. We're just close off because we tried to guess the pace last time out, yeah. and we didn't do that very well.
Your horse continuing to take that money. Bernie
Yeah.
goes boom. We'll see if he can kind of put it together a little bit better today. We'll see where he is early on. Has had trouble getting out of the gate early on. As Storm and Sammy 7-5. Can he see out the 7 furlongs for his first trip around the Big A Oval? Chris Griffin brings you the call.
Run of the house goes in. Here is Bernie Goes Boom. Regal Alliance to the outside. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Bit of a slow start there for Bernie Goes Boom. Speed from in between horses, Papa's Nico Boy, and Run of the House is up there in the early mix. These two head and head early. Regal Alliance is just off of them in third. And in between horses, here comes Stormin' Sammy, who's on the move, has now claimed that third position away. Regal Alliance pushed back to fourth. At the rail comes Valid Connection, and after the start, Bernie Goes Boom is the trailer. Papa's Nico Boy. Ruben Silvera, they're in front. They're up by a neck. 23.46 for a measured opening quarter mile. Run of the House is within range, is right there in second. Here comes Stormin' Sammy with a run from third. Regal Alliance has lost some ground with 4 furlongs left to travel. Just got passed by Bernie Goes Boom, who makes a quick move, has taken fourth. The trailer, Valid Connection. They're catching up to the leader now. Papa's Nico Boy has now been passed by Run of the House, and Run of the House is a neck in front, but Storm and Sammy catching with every stride. Eric Cancel and Storm and Sammy, they're on the move. They're ready to challenge to the outside of an all-in Run of the House as they approach a quarter mile left to go. Trying to battle back is Papa's Nico Boy, who's back to third. They reach the top of the stretch, and down towards the inside, Run of the House is not giving up the lead yet. Storm and Sammy is trying everything to push by, but Run of the House just keeps on going. Run of the House, with a furlong left to go, has now put away Storm and Sammy, who's trying to keep up, is back to a length and a half in behind. Bernie Goes Boom has got a late rally. Race isn't done yet as Run of the House. Bernie Goes Boom. Run of the House holds on. Run of the House over Bernie Goes Boom, Storm and Sammy, and Papa's Nico Boy in 1 minute 26 seconds flat.
Run of the House gets the win here last with the drop in class for Ray Handel and Christopher Elliott. But we did see an interesting run from Bernie Goes Boom as he got away slowly. We're going to check out the head-on of the start in a moment here, but we were both cracking up early on because Eric Cancel had number 3, Storm and Sammy, sitting third.
Well, as Meatloaf once said, 2 out of 3 ain't bad, and we had 2 out of the 3 pace setters right in the 4 and the 5. The 3 just happened not to be there and stalked, and at the end of the day, I mean, made a run. But listen, I mean, Run of the House actually ran well on this drop, was able to be forward with Christopher Elliott, and just had enough to last from the late closing. Bernie Goes Boom. But that first time out in the race that horse came out of certainly served Run of the House well.
I think Bernie Goes Boom's going to love going 9 furlongs.
I would think so. Maybe a mile and a quarter at some point this winter.
The way he moves. Let's check out the start.
Yes.
Keep your eyes on the 6. See the assistant starters trying to straighten him up, and he has his leg in front of him.
Oh.
Nice catch by our producer, Terrence. For once, it wasn't his fault.
No. Yeah, that's definitely.
I wonder if the stewards look at this, and they are. The inquiry sign is up with regards. Now, what I think maybe, guys, if we can bring in Mig here, I'm hoping his mic is working. When Mig, Did you watch that head on? What would they do here as they look at this inquiry with regards to number 6, Bernie Goes Boom?
You know, Maggie, the way I understand the rules here is that the horse did not get a fair start, and even though he ran on for second, that ultimately he should be, a non-starter because he was in the hands of the starter when the break came, and the leg was across the front of him in the gate. That was just miscommunication between the official starter and the assistant. He was still backing the horse up, trying to get the feet set, and the break came, and he definitely did not get a fair start. You'd have to say that if he did, he would have won, but I think it's a tricky thing because you feel bad for the people that had this horse for, the place and exactas and in their trifectas, but the way I understand the rules, he did not get a clean getaway. He was in the hands of the assistant starter, and that usually warrants a horse being declared a non-starter.
You're right. It's a shame, too. It's a shame for connections. On top of that, not only the people that wagered on him, because a non-starter, you're not getting paid, and it was still a valiant effort to finish second here.
No, and he was running well at the end. It was funny when he turned forward, like, he's actually running, and at mid-stretch marker, like, maybe he might actually get there. And I mean, the 5 still found more at the end, but yeah, that's totally human error. That has nothing to do with the horse. That was just all the assistant starter and the starter there.
Oh, that's unfortunate. But there is your winner. Run of the house. I'm sorry. The horse's face just looks so funny in that winter.
Yeah, it's just like I think he was surprised that he was by himself on the lead. He expected the 3 to be with him. I don't know what happened there.
Ray Handel getting the win with Christopher Elliott. So yes, that inquiry is still going on. Taking a look at the start here with number 6, Bernie Goes Boom. We will bring you whatever transpires with regards to the official order of finish, but that will do it for me here, Paul. Again, fun. I'm going to run downstairs really quick and do a couple races in the paddock, but you're in capable hands. Craig Wolf coming up next.
Sounds good.
All right, as we will dive into the Garland of Roses. You and Greg will preview that one as Linda Rice. She is sending out Ain't Broke off the layoff. Can she get back on track today in the Garland of Roses, our feature here on America's Day at the Races?
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. And before I talk with Ray Handel, the winner, the conditioner of the winner, I have to say, get out the information. The 6 Bernie Goes Boom was declared a non-starter. So if you wagered on Bernie Goes Boom, you will be getting a refund. Unfortunately, he just did not get a fair start. But you got a fair start, Ray, with Run of the House, who was taking a significant drop in class, and also the ultimate equipment change.
Yeah, we castrated him after his first run, and it helped simmer him down. Like you said before, he was very spicy even today pre-race, and he's been pretty spicy coming up to it. But with the castration, it's definitely simmered him to where at least he's manageable.
Yeah, just high energy, but manageable.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, you kind of want that a little bit, but he was just too over the top first time out. He was trying to mount the pony and dripping sweat. You know, there's a lot, too, in Saratoga with the 2-year-old. It's a lot to ask. But he was much more composed today, and we were super pleased with him.
Well, Ray, Maggie and I were having this conversation earlier before my mic died. What is your attraction? You seem to have an inordinate amount of horses with flaxen manes and tails.
I just buy what I can get, what I can afford at the sales. I've had some good fortune with them. English Soul, actually, I think she's still my career high earner, had a flaxen mane and tail. You know, as long as they look like they can win races, I don't care what they look like. We'll buy them.
Well, again, you know, we go back to it all the time. It's not a beauty contest, although they are flashy-looking individuals.
They are, yeah, they are. They're easy on the eyes.
Ray, you had my Sharona the race before. She ran extremely well, but might have run into a pretty good first-time starter.
Yeah, you know, we have a lot of expectations for her, and she's been really promising. And, you know, they had a lot of separation from the rest of the field. I don't know if, well, that race speed held up pretty well, but it seems like it's been kind of playing towards closers. Which even flatters her a little more. But, you know, we have big aspirations for her, and, you know, hopefully she comes out of it well, and we'll be looking for some big races down the road.
Well, thank you for taking the time. Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it.
Guys, I think we got Greg on the set now, right? Hey, Greg.
Yes, I've arrived. Good to see you, Mig, and Ray Handel. You're having a nice afternoon, even though a defeat in that opener with a talented youngster ran into a big pedigree Chad Brown first-time starter. Gets it done here, though, with the class drop Run of the House.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about my Sharona. She'll definitely win a race as we move forward. And as far as the Run of the House goes, I mean, this horse ran well today, was actually put up on the pace by Christopher Elliott, and the drop and the blinkers on certainly helped this horse and found enough in the lane to eventually hold off the non-starter in Bernie Goes Boom, which is a shame. The horse ran exceptionally well considering the circumstances. And the 3, who shipped down from Finger Lakes, who was rated just off the pace in Storm and Sammy, but still ran a good second.
Yeah, so again, that 6 horse crossing the wire second, declared non-starter. As you can see there, top left-hand side of your screen, Run of the House, the win. $4.90 for the victory. Ray Handel, Christopher Elliott, Twin Sports Racing with the victory in the third. Our feature to come later on this afternoon, that is race 8 on the card, Garland of Roses, fillies and mares, 3 and up, traveling 6 furlongs. It's a good group that's assembled for this race. I know we lost a contender in L&J, but there's still plenty of opportunities to look at in this race. And I think you got to start with Mystic Pleasure in this spot, who comes in extremely sharp form for Rudolph Brissett.
Yeah, listen, no knocks at all on this horse. I mean, chased a really fast pace, you know, last time out when you look at the way the race played out. And it's just that uppercase ran her down and they swapped decisions, you know, from the race before that. This horse has been much improved, though, over the last few starts. Maybe it was, you know, finally cutting back in distance off of the races from Ellis and Laurel. But either way, you know, she is definitely improved and run better. The draw is good for her. You know, she should be forward from this spot. I guess the only question you have to ask yourself, though, is can she just transfer this form to New York right now? Other than that, I mean, she's been running well.
Yeah, we'll see. It's always a question. She's brought a racetrack with her wherever she's run before, so I don't know if that's a concern for me.
Yeah.
Look, she ran a career best effort, which was a huge jump forward the start before when she had beat Uppercase.
Yeah.
Did she maybe react to that a little bit?
She could have bounced off of it a little bit, maybe. But I think when you look at the pace of that pace was even faster than the race before. You know, so and she chased that pace and just kind of, you know, got run down late. I think Uppercase got the better trip that time over, you know, Mystic Pleasure. So we'll see what happens today. I think she's certainly going to be forward, and here she got enough to put herself in the game or stalk right off of any pace that's there. She can go either way.
Meanwhile, Ain't Broke for Lena Rice coming in off the bench. She hasn't raced since early May. She has the quickest races of anybody in the field, but they came a while ago. They've come at different distances. What do you think off the bench for Linda Rice?
It's interesting because if the pace develops in front of her, she's certainly shown that she can close, at a shorter distance. They scratched her from yesterday to run here. I kind of felt yesterday was the better spot going longer. We'll see what happens today, but she's a talented, classy horse. And again, if she gets enough speed, she'll run, or is this just maybe a prep off the bench for something longer this winter? We're going to find out. She's a tricky read, but she's certainly good enough to win this race.
She's talented. She's been first or second in 10 of her 22 lifetime starts. You have 2 fillies coming out of a common race last time out, including a long shot, I think, sort of interesting in here in Captain's Daughter. She wound up being runner-up to Kara's time in the Iroquois back in late October.
It's funny, when you look at Kara's time, I mean, she's kind of the horse, right? Like, she was more than a nose the best in there, when you think about it. So she broke kind of slow and kind of jumped in the air, and Dylan just kind of put her a little bit off the pace. It was the right move, I guess, for a horse with speed at the time, and just kind of sent her up into it. But, I mean, listen, she's an interesting long shot in here. And in Captain's Daughter's case, that was a good effort for a horse that was cutting back in distance. I guess the question with her is, we've seen her be able to do it without LASIK, so she's run well before. The question is class for her. Is she going to be able to class up against some of the other ones that are in here?
Yeah, I mean, look, if Ain't Broke, Mystic Pleasure, even Can't Hurry Love on the outside, if they bring their A race, those two just don't seem to have that ability.
They're a little couple low, right? You would think so?
Garland of Roses, our feature. That is race 8, 3:35 Eastern start time. Part of the Pick 6 and late Pick 5. And Pick 6 starts in this one coming up. En Fuega, even money, morning line, 2-1 right now. It's Jeremiah Engelhardt, trainer with Manny Franco aboard, and sizable drop in class.
I think that's what the biggest draw for her is the drop in class in here. And also, if she runs some of those races that she's run prior in her sprints, she'll be good in here.
There she is. That price will be getting shorter and shorter. We'll have the post parade to kick off this Pick 6 on our Sunday card when we come back.
The champion 2-year-old. One of 4 champion 2-year-olds in his immediate family. Essential quality at 2. Undefeated.
Essential quality, though, has opened up by 5.
Devastating. His own first 2-year-olds race in 2025. If they're anything like him and you've got a mare in foal, just imagine.
These New York-bred foals represent many sires. War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at NYRA tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
Twirling Candy, proving Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and in the sales ring, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires including Exalted, Ice Cream U-Screen, AG Bullet, and Walkathon, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on NYRA Bets. Open your NYRA Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the NYRA Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Control wild breeders at this stallion show at Irish Hill Century Farm. But of course, they were already familiar with his exploits on the track.
Mind Control is right there.
Mind Control's win in the Grade 1 Cigar Mile capped off a career that saw him win 12 of 29 starts, including 10 stakes.
They're off in the hopeful.
Beginning with the Grade 1 hopeful when he was 2 years old.
Mind
control.
And the Grade 1 Alan Jerkins at age 3.
In a dramatic finish.
Because several farms joined a partnership with the owners of Mind Control, that is Red Oak Stables and Matticat Stables, in order to stand the Grade 1 winner in New York, the stallion started his stud career at Rockridge Stud, and several farms brought mares specifically to send to this $2 million earner.
Basically, Lorray and I and Rick Burke at Irish Hill and Jerry Belinsky have been talking about doing this for years, and he came along and it just gave us the impetus to do it.
He's going to be very exciting for New York. The racing, the breeding, these babies will go into the right hands, and everybody that's involved is buying mares to breed to this horse.
What a neat horse. Had a fairy tale ending to his career. Was a winner of the Grade 1 hopeful. First ever Grade 1 win for trainer Gregory Sacco. Won the Alan Jerkins as a 3-year-old at Saratoga, and then moved to Todd Pletcher and went out. Grade 1 winner, final start of his career, Cigar Mile.
Yeah, I always love when New York breds can shine on the biggest stages with open horses and be competitive and look as good as Mind Control did.
Fourth race, again, it kicks off the pick 6, and that is Enfuega, even money, morning line favorite, taking a big drop in class. Let's go downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale. Oh, sorry, we're staying here. She's going to be there eventually.
Yeah. It's going to take her a few. She's
not that quick.
Yeah, she didn't take the zip line down from what we have outside of here. She'll get there eventually.
Pick 6 pool steadily growing as we're just getting underway here, 7 minutes away from the start. Look, this one is going to be a much shorter price than this, and it's just faced better company in here. Going a mile last time out, that was sort of the big blemish on the resume, but probably doesn't want to go that far.
No, probably doesn't, and I'm kind of really torn on this horse in here because I just kind of wonder, so the horse is coming back off the layoff. They're dropping the horse in for 16. If this horse runs any of the 3 sprint races this horse is running, puts this horse in the mix. Horse has some speed, but there's other horses in here that also have good early speed. We'll see how it plays out on the track. Now, is this a case of something's just not right with this horse? We're putting this horse in for 16. This horse can't win an allowance race, or are we trying to sneak a $16,000 race into this horse? Horse qualifies for a starter condition, runs well, nobody takes it, and the big drop in class will also help along. So there's some mixed signals here with this horse for me, especially at a short price.
Put her in stakes company off a debut win and attempted. Obviously thought, taking a shot, but thought highly of her. But she's had a couple of chances at the level and just has not lived up to that New York bred either. Then it's probably a realistic move.
I guess. I don't know. 16's a little, I guess maybe the time of year, too, for 16, there was maybe nothing else a little higher. Well, I guess we'll see.
Here's Foolish Challenge. Second off the claim, Wayne Potts. And this one on a wet track last start, that was an effort that makes you think, okay, this one needs easier. Maybe wet track, though, did not love that day. This is a race at Monmouth. This went a lot better.
Yeah, this was a much better race in a much better spot. And I think what this horse also wants to do, also be up closer early on. I kind of feel like last time Christopher Elliott kind of took this horse back. Now, I know the pace was a little bit quick there. I may not have had much of a choice, but it was also kind of wide that day as well. This was more realistic of an effort for this horse that we're looking at here. I think the drop in class helps, and this is the right spot for a horse who's tactical enough to be close early on.
Post parade coming up here as we get set for the start of the pick 6, and we'll kick things off with the well-named Short Shift, daughter of Nyquist, Christophe Clement, Romero Mirage.
Yeah, drops, goes turf to dirt here. Probably the softest field she's faced in a while as well.
3-1 right now from that inside post. Been on the turf most recently. Shown ability, though, on the dirt. Dashing Della, 5-1, Jose Lezcano, Marcelo Arenas.
Threw in one of her better efforts last time out, so we'll see if she can make that happen again today.
Yeah, another one who wants to be forward, it looks like. Here's Allie's Song, the 3 for Jimmy Ferraro.
Yeah, just not having a good year, 0 for 13 this year.
And was at this level 2 back and really was a non-impact. Dat Dares Right, the 4.
Drops, goes synthetic to dirt. Had a visually better effort 2 starts back coming from off the pace.
There's Foolish Challenge. We showed you in that race at Monmouth 2 back. Won first time out.
Yeah, drops right spot today.
Moto Morning Grouch got back to dirt last start against Tougher.
Yeah, bring some speed, more speed into this race.
And Enfuega, well, 5-2. We'll see if that goes south of even money soon here.
I don't know. I feel it's kind of cold for this horse to be 5-2. Even opened up at only, I think, 2-1 as well. So I'm from the camp of, yes, she can win, and it will help with the drop down, but I just feel there's other speeds to keep her company. In the races she's won, or at least the race she won in the race where she were at second, she was able to control at some point.
Get the inside track on handicapping. with Naira Bet's Track Stats. Want to know the best races to beat favorites at Aqueduct? Track Stats has the answer. For more stats on tracks across the country, visit NairaBets.com. And looking at the double, and Fuega is, by the time the gates open, it's going to be a pretty heavy favorite, it would appear. At least it looks that way in the double. 34,000 bet in this pick six pool to this point. Let's bring in Jonathan Kinchin. Hi, JK.
Hello, Wolfie. Yeah, look, I understand why Fuega is the favorite here and towards the outside, and it makes a lot of sense. This horse has some tactical speed, all the things I like. But I do agree the price is probably going to come down a little bit, which makes me like the inside horse significantly more than one short shift. This horse that draws the inside has some speed. I like when horses that have speed that don't necessarily have to make the front draw the rail, because I think you get a little bit more intent out of a rider to find the front end from that inside position, and I think that's how the best situation for short shift to win. You look at the last three turf races, I need you to block those out and work backwards to some of the early dirt races. That debut I thought ran extremely well in the slop after breaking extremely slow, and then that race in June of 2023, before there was a little bit of a break, a long break, almost over a year. They didn't run particularly well there at odds on, end up coming back and running on the grass. I think this horse is probably better than she was back then, and I think she actually can handle the dirt, and I like the draw from her for a hustling ride on the inside to hold that position and hold off a horse like Fuega, who's coming off of a break as well.
All right, JK, thanks. 7-2 short shift, another one taking a drop, but it's been most recently on the grass. But back to the favorite, Maggie and Fuega right now holding up above even money, but it looks like that price will be coming down.
Yeah, that's right, Greg. And like Paul said, maybe it's a concern that she isn't taking quite as much money early on as what she projected to do. So I'm not in love with her either. You know, Richie was talking about earlier, it's a great feeling when you like a horse on paper, but then it's compounded when you see them in the flesh because they look fantastic. That's not the case for Fuega, as she just, you know, she's never really gone on. She's never really filled out that frame. She's a bit, you know, leggier. There's a lot of angles to her. She doesn't look great in her coat either. She is wearing a Houghton bit today, which is something I haven't seen her for all of her races, but I haven't seen that on her before in my times observing her in the preliminaries. So we'll see what we get from her. I just wish she looked a bit better if I'm going to take her at such a short price. Now, on the other hand, a horse that I didn't necessarily like on paper was number 1, Short Shift. The guy's coming up with reasons to like her, so maybe she needed that, you know, maybe an issue arose out of that June 25th race back in 2023, and it was going long, hence the layoff. And I will say this, since that time away, she has done a lot of filling out, a lot of strengthening up, and maybe she's just meeting a field that she's just ultimately going to be better than, because physically she looks better than this group. So I do like her most physically, but I'm going to take a horse that I had a little bit of interest in on paper, that I like what Christopher Elliott did with Foolish Challenge in the warm-up, because I don't think there's many gears with this filly. I think she needs to be put in a forward position from the start to do her best running, and he really galloped her away from the pony. She's a bit of a long leggy type, so maybe is one that has a little trouble getting her feet underneath of her from the start. So I do like what he did with her there. I don't love her physically. Like I said, the 1 looks superior than this field, but I'm going to take a little shot with a 5-1 horse. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thanks. See what happens here. People playing this pick six today, the last meet, Sundays were the days no one could hit the pick six. Now we see even money as we expected on Fuega. We're looking at those doubles. Many are going to single this filly on the outside.
I would think that this would be a lean, because as you go through the other races throughout the day, you really don't find anyone that you can cozy up to where you say, okay, this horse is definitely going to win. So probably the shortest price, I would think, out of a lot of the horses in the sequence as well, you know, as far as going off odds.
3-1, meanwhile, here, Short Shift has shown at least tactical speed on the grass. But Romero Mirage, Christophe Clement, this one making the move back to dirt, probably going to be sitting just off the early pace in here?
I would think so, and I think you can go back to the horse's debut, and I know the horse broke a little slow there, so I'm hoping for a better break, but made up some ground and then kind of flattened out a little bit late. I'm just hoping that Romero breaks well, gets a nice cozy spot, lets the speed go, and then take it from there, see if this horse can make a run and pick them up.
Let's see how quick Enfuega is, too. She is pretty quick. She's shown speed against better. Can she be in front? She's got options, obviously. Manny Franco does, being on the outside post. 4-5 now. She finally drops down to odds on, as expected. Here we go. First leg, pick 6 on our Sunday card. From Aqueduct, let's go to Chris Griffin to get us started.
Waiting on Mo de Morning Grouch. Goes in. Enfuega. Last to load. Enfuega. Down to 4-5. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Mo de Morning Grouch has early speed towards the outside. Dashing Della's in the early mix, and their short shift as well, joining the early leaders. Enfuega doesn't want to be too far back, is going to join them. 4 across the racetrack early, tightly bunched. Dat Dare's Right is now losing some ground. Got passed by Foolish Challenge, and towards the inside there comes Ali's Song, who's the trailer. 2 across the racetrack now, and Mo de Morning Grouch has got a nose in front, 22-3 for the opening quarter mile. Short shift is right there, these two head and head as they work into that turn together. Enfuega's just off of them in third, now being encouraged to move forward, and here's the run from Enfuega and Manny Franco, and they're making hard work of it right now. Enfuega trying to pick it up, and right there in hand, Jose Lescano, and the blue cap of Dashing Della is just muscling on through, is in front of the favorite as they kick for home, and they reach the top of the stretch, and Dashing Della's got run. Hanging in there still is Short Shift, trying to dispatch a Mo de Morning Grouch, but Dashing Della's got the momentum down the center of the racetrack, and Dashing Della has run by. Inside this final furlong, Dashing Della, Short Shift, is trying to hang on, is there in second. Dashing Della sprints clear. Dashing Della wins this one easily. Dashing Della wins it over Short Shift. Late run there from Ali's Song. Then Enfuega was trying to hold off Dat Dare's Right in 1 minute 11.55 seconds.
Big upset to start this pick 6. An odds-on favorite defeated. It's Dashing Della with Jose Lescano at 5-1.
Took money here off one of her better efforts last time out. I mean, she softened up Snapping Buttons last time out, and that cost Snapping Buttons the race. But today, sat a really nice trip off the speed and got the job done today, turning for home with some nice kick there. I mean, you could just see Jose Lescano had a lap full of horse just waiting for a seam to open up.
Yeah, you had pointed it out to me while they were running this race right about here.
Yeah.
That she was loaded. And you can see she wants to do more, and she does as she scoots away from this group. This is going to play big, so if you're in this pick 6, you use Dashing Della. This is the kind of start you love to see, but obviously a long way to go.
Yeah, and even plays well in the pick 4s and pick 5s, I would believe, too, just based on, this horse and the body work coming in. And listen, in Short Shift's case, I don't even blame Romero Mirage for the trip that this horse got. This horse broke well, and he took the initiative and went to the top, put this horse forward.
Let's go back to the start. And things did not begin well at all for one who wants to be forward. Keep your eyes on the 5, Foolish Challenge.
Yeah, just didn't get away from there. Ground came out kind of from under her there, and Christopher Elliott kind of got sideways in the saddle. Also took a little light bump there as well. So day was kind of over for that horse right after the break, since that horse does like to be forwardly placed.
Look at it from another angle.
Yeah,
and wanted to be the other end of things, Foolish Challenge.
Yeah,
kind of the front end.
Yeah, and actually kind of just bounced out on her rear end, as a matter of fact, and kind of got shuffled out of there.
Tough break there. 4-5 favorite can do no better than 4th, and here a non-threat. This one pulls away. Dashing Della, 1 for 24 lifetime coming in. Had plenty of opportunities at this level. Finally breaks through for 16 non-winners of 2 today at 5-1, 2-1-3-7 here in the 4th to kick off our pick 6 on this Sunday card. We'll take a look back to Jamaica and Caymanas Park, and it's a local for the first time in the 3rd edition of the Muhimma Fun Can Done, a Kentucky bred with the victory. We'll take a look back next. Back with you on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, brought to you by Naira Bets, where you can play it all. Go to nairabets.com, get signed up and started. We're underway in the Pick 6, and Jose Lezcano for trainer Marcelo Arenas kicks things off. Not just a 5-to-1 shot, a 5-to-1 shot beating an odds-on favorite to begin the sequence. Philly was 1 for 24 lifetime coming in. Runs maybe the best race she's ever run here today to return $13.40. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
That's right. Now Dashing Della's 2 for 25. I'm pleased to be joined by winning trainer Marcelo. And as we were just saying, you know, probably a good price on her considering she was dropping back down a bit. But you said everything has to go her way for her to perform.
Yes, she's really difficult to train in, to race and everything. She got that on the face. She's like, what is that? So finally, Jose did a good job today, and finally she win.
Your owners reliving the glory here on the replay screen behind us. They were very excited.
Yeah, Angelo, Mitch, they're a really good guy, and they're so happy. Italian, you know, they're really loud.
In other words, going to Don Pep's tonight.
Exactly. No, we're going to the Angelo. He owned the restaurant. Oh my God, good food. So.
I love that. Well, and to Dashing Della, Jose Lezcano, you said he came into the paddock with a plan and he executed.
Yeah, he told me before the race, you know, Marcelo, the one in seat is going to go, so we're going to sit. I said, perfect. It's in your hand. You are the boss of the right there. So he did a good job, and congratulations to him, and congratulations to all my team, my dad, my owner, Angelo, my little daughter, Maria Paz.
I love that you always bring up Maria Paz. She is a personality, to say the least. Well, enjoy your Italian dinner tonight, Marcelo. Congrats.
Thank you, guys, and Thank
you. Marcelo, gonna be eating good tonight with Dashing Della's win. Guys.
Well deserved. They've had to be very patient with this filly to get that picture taken again.
Yeah, and this was a great ride by Jose Loscano. I was just happy for the connection. It's always great when you see the connection celebrating, and us Italians know how to celebrate.
Indeed. So, a lot of great places to be able to do that here in New York. Race 5. We have the 3 who's opened up as an even money favorite in here, Montebello. I think that's probably going to change. It seems like the 2 Valenza Day, the 3 Montebello race kind of goes through those 2. Yeah. Valenza Day, though, probably going to wind up being your post-time favorite. $16,000 claiming race, 1 mile ahead.
I'm interested in 2 things in this race. Valenza Day ran very well last time. Finally did not have a track where you could say, oh, Valenza Day was helped with. So we'll see how the race shakes out for that horse. And in Montebello's case, I thought last time out ended up inside of horses where that horse doesn't want to be. So that ends up ultimately costing and also not changing leads. So we'll see if this horse can sit outside Valenza Day. Should be a nice little battle between them.
18 minutes away. This race kicks off the late pick 5. Much more on it in a moment. We're going to look back to yesterday's action out in Jamaica. Andy Serling, Acacia Clement were there live on site with coverage of the 3rd edition of the $250,000 Mute Mile. And it was a very fun edition of this race. 16 horses lining up, 6 coming in from outside of Jamaica. But it looked like the 2 massive standouts were from Rohan Crichton, who were the invaders. But in the end, for the first time ever, it's a local horse who gets the win. For Jason DaCosta, Fun Can Done.
I mean, such a sweet trip for this horse, too, on its face. But when you think about the race, Greg, I mean, think about how this horse had a couple of challenges. First, the 3, Bandera backed up in front of him and then next to him, and then Pack Place stopping as well, just right in front of him. And Commandant was latched onto him for a bit before he got clear, but he still found that way to run and gut it out and catch Legacy Isle. It was something. It was really a great race. 8 for 10 lifetime now for this horse. Just the race and the atmosphere alone, it was well worth it.
Never has finished out of the money at 8 wins, couple of seconds as well. And there's the very happy rider, Robert Halladine. And we saw all that emotion on display. It had to mean so much to really everybody in Jamaica to see a local horse finally get this big prize. Acacia Clement caught up with a winning trainer after the victory.
This win means everything. I'm speechless right now. The horse has been campaigning well all year with this race in sight, and everything just worked to plan.
He got a nice pace to run at today, too, but all throughout his career, this horse has been remarkably consistent.
Yes. I mean, he's versatile. He sprints, he goes long. He'll run from in front, he'll stalk. He's just a wonderful horse to train.
For this day in Jamaica, we've spoken about it, what it means. You took over for your father training here. Your roots are here. Can you put into words what this day means to Jamaican racing and to your stable as well?
Oh, it means everything. I mean, all the hard work all year, I'm just reaping the benefits here. It's just icing on the cake.
Fun Can Done with that win in the Mute Mile. And Naira is actually considering helping to build this race more and more. A win and you're in on the New York circuit for this race.
That would be pretty awesome. I mean, think about that. Just let alone having the chance to then come here and run, but just the pride, the national pride that this race takes on for the winning connections and trickle it on down to the groom and the whole team. And it's great to see. International racing is so awesome in so many ways, and I think one of the main ways it does it is just national pride alone. To see the crowds that turn out and then just to see the connections, from top to bottom, the way they celebrate it, and it's a big deal because they talk about this for weeks and months after, even for the whole year until we get back to the Mute Mile next year.
It's a big event for them, and it's only the 3rd edition of this race, but getting bigger year by year. We're proud to be able to help facilitate that as well. Good to get one segment with you again. That's what we get here on the weekends.
Yeah, that's what we've been doing these last couple of days. Always fun.
Sarah Elbad, we're going to join me after a short timeout. We'll get deeper into this late pick 5. Race 5 on the card, $16,000 claiming race when we come back. And there's the one likely to be favored by post time. That is Valenza Day, an incredibly sharp form, 4-race win streak. Just barely came to a close last time out, but now cuts back to the more preferred distance of a mile.
Breed to pure California speed as Legacy Ranch welcomes Forbidden Kingdom.
It's Forbidden Kingdom. Dominant.
in the San Vicente.
This blazing fast son of American Pharaoh went wire to wire in every one of his victories.
What a performance from Forbidden Kingdom in the San Felipe.
Posting 3 Grade 2 wins on dirt and turf.
Forbidden Kingdom, resolute, turns away a big bit.
Breed to the speed of California speed. Forbidden Kingdom, now standing at Legacy Ranch.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
It's Mandaloon. Mandaloon wins.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Well, we're obviously very excited to have Annapolis. He bred 149 mares in his first year at stud. He was a very fast 2-year-old juvenile.
Annapolis breaks his maiden at Saratoga, going long on the turf.
As a 3-year-old, won a few races, which culminated Grade 1 Coolmore Mile at Keeneland, set the stakes record.
It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
He bred his first book of mares this year. He was very heavily supported by his breeders, Ramon and Perry Bass. They bought a lot of nice mares for him and bred to him. They really put a really good book of mares underneath him, and we're really excited about what this foal's are going to look like come the spring.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage on Fox Sports 2. Our program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual. Unusually well. Late Pick 5 is coming up. Starts with the $16,000 claiming race. Sarah El-Badwi joins me here on set. Good to see you. This race, talked about it briefly with Paul, but it looks like Valenza Day, the 2, Montebello, the 3. It seems like it's those 2.
It really does seem like a 2-horse race, Greg, because you have 2 that are both coming in pretty sharp form and some that have been facing some better horses overall. I'd be surprised if we saw one of the 2 not at least run well, if not win.
All right, we'll have our post parade coming up. See how they look downstairs. Let's check in with Maggie.
Yes. Is it a 2-horse race or not? On paper, definitely appears that way. But let's talk about comparing the 2 favorites here from a physical standpoint. Now, to be fair to Valenza Day, I'm never his biggest fan overall. And 2, I also like to reserve judgment on him till after I watch him warm up. But I gotta say that at least as of now, Montebello looks superior. He is carrying great flesh. You know, one of the best times I've seen him overall as he comes in here first off the claim for trainer Bill Morey. And last time he ran well. He was kind of 1-2 around the racetrack with the eventual winner Garuvan being down on the inside that day. Now, what I didn't like is that he took a while to switch leads, and he was hanging in gamely whilst still running on his left inside lead. But when he finally switched about 20 yards maybe before the wire, that's when he stopped. So I don't love that, and now he comes back in here wearing front wraps for the first time. So take that as you will. So we'll see what he does. A horse that I was a little bit leery of, given the fact that his 1 try at a mile wasn't very good. That's number 5, Scaramanga here for Horacio de Paz as he comes 3rd off the layoff. But, you know, sometimes once they get older, they can have a little more stamina. They obviously have a little bit more racing experience built into them. And looking at him here in the paddock, first of all, he looks tremendous. He really looks the part here in the paddock, really strong behind the saddle, but on the flip side of that, he's really calm, he's really relaxed, and you watch his sprint races and they're run in a very even-like fashion. So, you know, sometimes that more even pace type of horse can stretch their speed out, can get that further distance. So I'm actually on the positive end of the spectrum when it comes to Scaramanga stretching out now, having seen him, Greg.
Maggie, thanks, 7-1 on this one, trying to get this mile distance, just second time trying a non-sprint here, but 3-5 here. Valenza Day now taking all this money. Had a 4-race win streak, and it came to an end just barely last time out against a horse he had beat prior, Cumberland Blues, but came back to win out of that race as well. Now cuts back to a mile where he certainly his preferred distance.
And he's a horse that's had a lot of different opportunities for various connections. He's been very popular in the claim box, and this day he was going out for Linda Rice and then is now claimed away to run in the Wayne Potts barn, but he's run well for multiple different connections, so I don't really see that being much of a concern. I don't think 1 1/8 is ultimately his best distance, so I do like him cutting back slightly, and he does end up making the lead here, but does get beat by a very slim margin to Cumberland Blues, a rival that he had faced in the past. We'll see if he can take this win streak back into fruition here, as he's been so consistent over his last couple of starts, running against a variety of different competition at different distances for different trainers.
Well, 3-5 right now as we bring in JK, but Montebello next door. Pretty competitive, JK, at this level last time out.
Yeah, look, I'm going to go there. I don't trust Valenza Day, and I can't remember who told me this, so I don't know who to give credit to. If it was you, thank you. But when you think about $10,000 claimers in New York, that's the absolute bottom. So it doesn't mean that every horse in there is worth $10,000. There could be horses in there that are worth $0. Because it's the bottom, and when horses like Valenza Day at short prices get beat at the bottom, and then they switch barns from places like Linda Rice, I want nothing to do with them. Give me the 3 Montebello, who is switching barns, did run for 16 last time, ran well enough that day, was 2-1. And when horses get beat by half a length at 2-1, I don't really hold much against them, right? I mean, it wasn't like they thought they had to win. They were in a good spot. They ran like they were supposed to. They did what they were supposed to. I think Montebello makes a lot more sense at a much better price at a horse in Valenza Day who disappointed drastically last time at the bottom and was odds on. Give me the 3 at a much better price.
2-1 on Montebello right now. Second choice, Valenza Day, 4-5 favorite to the inside. And then Maggie gave us one to take a look at just based on the way he looked there in the paddock. It's Scaramanga, who will try and negotiate this mile distance. What'd you like with Montebello?
I just thought that he was one that was coming in off of some tougher races overall, and I think that with Valenza Day, he's had some races where he's been in favor with how the track was playing, and I wouldn't say that he disappointed with his performance overall last time finishing second, but I would say that relative to the short price that he was and the expectations, yes, you could say that he didn't get the job done, because when you are that short of a price, you're supposed to win, and anything else is kind of a disappointment. So I could understand the argument from that perspective, but Montebello, he was facing better horses for quite some time and still running competitively against them, and he has more seconds than he does win, but now he's coming in off the claim for Bill Morey. They keep him at the same level, and Bill Morey tends to do fairly well off the claim first time.
There's Manny Franco, who'll be on Montebello, 3-2 right now. Not a lot really separating the 2 and the 3 on the board as we're getting set for our post-parade coming up. You can play this late. Pick 5 begins here by getting signed up right there at Naira Bets. Get that offer, that $200 deposit match new customer bonus when you punch in that code, bonus200 at sign up, and bet any track, anytime, anywhere at NairaBets.com, including this Pick 5. Could be a lucrative one today here coming up. I look at Valenza Day and I see what JK's saying. Look, got beat at 4-5. He ran just a much superior number than anything Montebello's probably ever run in that defeat. So I almost upgrade him off that performance.
Yeah, it doesn't look that way on buyers, but it is something that you look at with thoroughgraphs and higher quality is coming out first. He would be a bit of a big surprise, and this behavior, Maggie can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe is typical of him coming out onto the track.
22-1 for this huge long shot outsider. Was no match for Montebello last time out. It's remaining half of the entry who gets the outside post Beachwalker.
He's got some back class. He has races in the past that would absolutely be extremely competitive here. We just haven't seen that kind of form from him in some time.
8-1. Meanwhile, here's Montebello off the claim for a trainer who's very dangerous off the claim.
While Bill Morey does have better numbers off the claim on turf, he still does quite well overall.
Again, Manny Franco in the irons on this one. There's the 4 Wild Banker.
He's been a gigantic price in all starts for this barn, but he has been in some really tough spots.
14-1 right now. Scaramanga, who caught Maggie's eye in the paddock.
And a sloppy sealed surface last time out, sprinting, stretching back out in distance. He hasn't had as many opportunities going a little bit longer.
6-1. Meanwhile, rider off, trying to get a leg back up there on this 6 higher quality with more on what's going on downstairs. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, Sarah, you're exactly right. This is par for the course when it comes to higher quality. And the funny thing is, he just wants to get the rider off because he got Christopher Elliott off, and my man didn't go anywhere. He just stands there and looks at you like, yep, I won. So this is what he does. This is typical. I can't recommend a horse who does this, but how can you with a 21-1 shot? But we'll see if he can finally get him going here. He has both outriders on either side of him to try to coerce him to go forward, to go to the gate. Oh, he wants to be a rodeo pony, but it looks like he's going now, Greg.
All right, finally starting to settle down a little bit here on the biggest price on the board. Again, pick 5 starts here. Pool closing in on $200,000. Valenzen Day even money favorite. Montebello next door at 8-5. And then there's Scaramanga again, who has continued. Maggie loved the way this one looked in the paddock. Has continued to look pretty good. The last shot we got of him here, but the question mark is the distance for him.
And with that one try, it was a long time ago where he did try to get the mile on the dirt. It was February of 2023. It was a maiden special weight race. This is obviously not the same type of competition that he was going to be facing in that spot, and he was over 10-1 that day. So I don't want to completely rule it out as a possibility, but he's had 15 starts overall outside of that one to have given this a try at some point and hasn't.
There's a look at him. Trotting his stuff. 6-1. Kendrick Carmouche will be aboard. And, you know, just the fact that he's been coming out of sprints, and certainly, you know, Valenzen Day usually wants to be forward, and he has the inside post, but this horse could be forward as well.
Yeah, especially coming out of those shorter races, just as you mentioned, and he's been able to be forward going in some of those sprint races, so it's certainly a major possibility that he could be the one on the lead in here, and Kendrick Carmouche not afraid at all to put a horse in some forward position.
All right, minute to post in this pick 5 coming up. Let's check in again with Maggie.
Yeah, I'm going to land on Scaramanga in here. There were just reasons for me not to love either of the favorites in here, but I do agree with you, Greg, that based on recent form, that number 2, Valenzen Day, has been far more consistent and just feels far more reliable. He is getting a nice big warm-up out there on the racetrack, and overall, you know, when you look at him and his coat and flesh, and he's really maintaining it well. He's done so throughout the season, throughout these good races that he has put in since coming back off of that layoff from July to May of this year. So look, I'm taking nothing away from him. He faced 3 next time out winners as well in that last effort, and I do think getting back to a mile is ideal. He just never grabs me per se because he's a little bit awkwardly put together, and he always acts really quiet and kind of sullen at least in the paddock. So but he's the typical Valenzen Day, as I have always seen from him. Going to talk about the 1A part of the Rudy Rodriguez entry that stays in here, Beachwalker, and I think Michelle Giangiulio did a great job, gave this horse a little bit of time, kind of resurrected him a little bit, and then maybe he has turned back into a pumpkin as Rudy Rodriguez took him 3 back. I will say this, he looks great physically. One thing I noticed that Michelle did with this horse, though, is put him in glue-on shoes, and I'm a big proponent of glue-on shoes. I think they, horses that struggle with their feet, they really, really appreciate that type of shoeing, but it is considerably more expensive. Rudy Rodriguez doesn't run any of his horses in glue-on, so this This guy's back in nails, but he does take a bit of a drop in class, and I don't want to immediately dismiss him, because if things do heat up on the front end, there are some speed horses in here. He could be the one running late, Greg.
Yeah, he could. We'll see how he fares. And, he is one who's been facing better company, and he has we don't know how he did it. It could have looked awful. Could have been rushed up and all out to get it, but he has a bullet drill, quickest of 30 in the morning coming in.
There's a time that Beachwalker would have been the overwhelming favorite in this race, and that time may be long past for him, but I agree. He's been facing some tougher company overall, and he has not been in for a $16,000 tag ever in his career.
Here we go. Valenzen Day, the 2, inherits that inside post with a scratch of the 1. Had a 4-race win streak before he just missed by a nose, going a little bit longer last time out, but 4 for 6 at this mile. See if he can get his picture taken once again for the 10th time in his career. We're set for the Pick 5. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Goes it. All set. And they're off. Scaramanga breaks very well from in between horses right out towards the front. It's Scaramanga, who's now really sprinting off, wants to go. Scaramanga's in front by a full length. Towards the inside, here's Valenzen Day, is ready to challenge from second. Montebello switches towards the outside, Red Cap. The front 3 have really skipped away. They're already 6 lengths clear. From the back 3, there comes Higher Quality with Beachwalker and the trailer, Wild Banker. Scaramanga is in front, and Scaramanga went 23.36 for the opening quarter mile, is doing it nicely enough. Here's Montebello towards the outside, ready to challenge. Valenzen Day is back to third. They are still about 7 lengths clear from Higher Quality. Starting a move from the back is Wild Banker, and Beachwalker is the trailer. Scaramanga's got the lead. It's Scaramanga who's got less than a half mile to go now. And Scaramanga still up by 3/4 of a length. Montebello ready to challenge. And here comes the run from Manny Franco on Montebello, moves in closer. Valenzen Day still patiently ridden at the rail. Beachwalker is unleashed. Francisco Martinez and Beachwalker, they are on the move. And an eye-catching move here from Beachwalker is moving towards the outside, and Beachwalker has caught the leaders. Scaramanga is still there. It's Scaramanga who's still a nose in front. Battling on is Montebello. Now Beachwalker stalling just a touch as they reach the top of the stretch. 3 across the racetrack. Scaramanga still there. Montebello in between horses. Beachwalker had all that momentum on the turn, is trying to close the deal. And Valenzen Day not out of it either. Beachwalker in a very game. Montebello towards the inside has come right back, and Montebello's back in front. Beachwalker now stalling. Valenzen Day grandstand side. Montebello gutting it out. Hard-fought victory. Montebello wins it. Valenzen Day, then Beachwalker and Scaramanga in 1:37.46 seconds.
Montebello with the win. First off the claim, trainer Bill Morey, Manny Franco. This race really kind of changed what it looked like was going to happen 2 or 3 times here in the stretch.
One that was very hard to predict while the race was running, because it really did seem like Beachwalker was just going to swoop by the embattled frontrunners, and Valenzen Day was forward and then took back a little bit to make that run towards the outside. Seemed like he was going to come alive towards the end. But overall, it was Montebello who was forward early, did all the dirty work, trying to challenge and keep tabs on Scaramanga, and then was able to really fight back in here. I thought he was a very game winner of this race and showed a lot of tenacity, which isn't necessarily something that we see a ton of at the $16,000 level.
To get headed and re-rally like this, yeah, especially as you said at this level, you don't see that a lot. Brave performance from Montebello, and from, look, Valenzen Day looked completely done in this race. He re-rallies, winds up getting second, winds up 3-2, 1-8-5. That huge swooping move from Beachwalker, and manages no better than third in here, but looked at Poe, looked like he was going to get this done at one point. Let's go back to the start.
Higher Quality off with a little bit of a trouble there, but I mean, something like that is, I guess, I'm thinking Wild Banker, the 4, will off with a little bit of trouble, but overall, he wasn't likely to be a pace factor in this race, and I think that things played out just as you hypothesized, with Scaramanga showing that early speed coming out of those sprint races. And I wouldn't say based on this race that he couldn't get a little bit further, but Montebello just so game, and I felt much the best in here.
9-5, slight upset of a 4-5 favorite to start this late Big 5. Manny Franco, trainer Bill Morey, wins first off the claim. 3-2, 1-5 here in the 5th. We'll have the prices get into the late pick 4 when we come back.
Welcome back to the program. It's America's Day at the Races here on FS2, and a popular victory for Montebello, actually, as your second choice here, as I'm pleased to be joined by winning rider Manny Franco. And Manny, have you ever ridden this horse?
No.
That's what I thought. And he, last time he didn't switch leads, and today he did it beautifully, and he really was resolute in his victory.
Yeah, I mean, I was keeping an eye of that of his change lead. And when he switched lead and he got the company outside him, he gave me another gear, so that helped him to get the victory.
Manny, you're so strong, but B, very, you do a really good job at getting horses to kind of listen to you, to perform the way that you want. Is that, kind of your physical prowess?
I can say probably, but I mean, you gotta get try to get along with the horse, like. But it's a matter of, like a minute or so. Exactly. So you gotta do the best you can, and so I think that's what I did. Like try to do the best. I do my homework. I know the horse is a little lazy to change lead, so I was aware of that. So he don't got me by surprise.
Manny, you're just an athlete. You're very good at baseball, very good at basketball. Do you do any sort of workouts or any other sports in addition to obviously riding every day, which will keep you fit enough?
Not really. I don't do much sport, but I in my house I got a gym, so I run. I try to keep my body in shape because sometimes you gotta ride horses.
And you want to eat.
And yeah, exactly. That's the main thing, you wanna eat. So. That's what I do.
Keep up the excellent work here, and congrats.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Manny Franco. And as we often see in that charity basketball game against the trainers, he's pretty good on the basketball court, Greg.
Yeah, he's probably the best point guard in horse racing. We see that every summer. So athletic, finishing strong here on Montebello, who wins as the second choice. And both the 2 and 3 claimed out of this race. They'll be heading to New Barns.
They've been popular claims, and they keep showing us why. They've been very consistent and in excellent form as of late. And I love what Manny Franco said about only having a couple of minutes to get along and figure out what your relationship is going to be like with the horses. You have to be a conscious, intelligent rider as well, in addition to having the strength that he does.
So Montebello kicks off the late pick 5. Late pick 4 is next. It's a New York bred first allowance condition race. We've got a couple of races today where we'll see who can last this mile and an eighth. In this race coming up, Zapruder, early money, was 5-2 morning line, 2 for Brad Cox. Obviously, big barn name, but the dirt form for this horse needs to move forward, doesn't he?
I agree. I think this horse does need to improve for the new connections. Manny Franco looking for another win on the card, though. And there are a couple of horses in here that they have some better form in the past, but maybe aren't bringing it into this race.
All right, we'll get more on this field, including the post-parade coming up in a little bit. The big one from yesterday, final graded stakes of the year on the New York circuit. It was the Cigar Mile, grade 2, but a loaded field that felt like a grade 1 and locked. Came back in October. First start since last year's Breeders' Cup Juvenile, in which he was the favorite, finished 3rd behind his stablemate. This was a big performance.
A statement, really, looking ahead to next year, what we might see from him as a 4-year-old. He's always been good from the time he was a 2-year-old into his big race, coming back off of that lengthy layoff, starting his 3-year-old campaign. This was planned for him and connections to be able to come back in this spot and earn yet another graded stakes victory. Already a grade 1 winner as a juvenile, and now taking the grade 2, but seemingly feeling like a grade 1 field in the Cigar Mile, going by another horse who's already a grade 1 winner in himself in Mulligan. I'm excited to see what we get from Locked next year. Career best buyer speed figure for him of a 101, and seems like there's a lot to look forward to.
Takes the overland route to put away the grade 1 winner of the Forgo, who's the favorite going into the Breeders' Cup Sprint right there, Mulligan. Puts away Post Time, graded stakes winner, who's a runner-up in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. This was a very good field that he looked exceptional against, and really just his second start back now as a 3-year-old. The best is yet to come from him as we turn the page to 2025.
And that's easily the best group of horses that he's been in against as a 3-year-old, able to take on all of those proven older horses, as well as some very exciting 3-year-olds for next year. I mean, he could be one that maybe gives his stablemate Fierceness a little bit of a run for his money. And we have a lot of horses coming back for 4-year-old seasons that could make for a very exciting older division.
Sierra Leone, Fierceness, Torpedo Anna, this horse coming back. It's going to be exciting 2025, and this is a very exciting horse to look forward to coming up next year. Todd Pletcher, loaded as usual. But that was exciting to watch yesterday. We're going to take a timeout. We'll get into the late pick 4 when we come back. Approaching the 14-minute mark to post. Zapruder 4-5 right now on a 4-year-old who's done most of his damage on the grass. Getting back to dirt today. Stay with us.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gun Runner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse on the board. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished 3rd.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have, and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife!
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent, and if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
This is my Oaklawn.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on our Sunday coverage on Fox Sports 2. Thanks for being with us. You're watching America's Day at the Races. As we get set for the final 4 races on the card. New York bred first allowance condition race. 2 turns, mile and an eighth. We'll start off the sequence where I'm surprised at all this money here on Zapruder, the 2.
It's got to be first off the claim for Brad Cox. We don't see him reach in to claim a lot of horses. When he does, it's usually meaningful, but this horse would have to improve significantly based on his prior dirt form.
Manny Franco will ride some other intriguing runners with seemingly better dirt form, and that Liberty Central is the one that probably stands out. And you look at his recent races, had some excuses, probably didn't like those wet tracks. Maybe that's why, but he's run very good on fast tracks in his last couple of tries at a mile and an eighth.
Yeah, I feel like I want a slightly more of an excuse for him last time at a short price, because he has handled some tracks with some moisture in them in the past. Now, no 2 wet tracks are alike, even if it's over the same surface, and he has been one that's taken a step forward as a 3-year-old versus early on this year and even as a 2-year-old. But I just want to see a turnaround from that last performance, because I just was not enthused by that race by him.
Meanwhile, Supreme Being coming out of a stakes race at Parks. There he is. And went backwards a little bit last time out, but it was stakes company. It was against a very good horse named Warrior Johnny, and he was not on Lasix. He's back on Lasix today.
He is, and he also had a difficult start in that race, being steadied slightly out of the gate. And you mentioned Warrior Johnny. He's a horse that earned a 98 Beyer speed figure for that race, something we've seen from him in the past. He's earned over $500,000. He's a 5-time winner. And then looking at the 3rd place finisher of that race, you have 90% Maddie, who's graded stakes place as well. So I think that now coming back to a more realistic level, getting back in against state breds, because he's done most of his running over at Parks and he is a New York bred, he's just one that makes a lot of sense at a big price with more proven dirt form against better horses than your favorite.
Yeah, and it looks like one with his kind of running style is just going to keep grinding away late. So if this mile and an eighth gets to a few of these, he's one that's going to be continuing his run. Let's head downstairs. Back with us, Richard Migliori.
Thanks, Greg. Yeah, and we'll start with the 2-horse Sabruta, who has done most of his good running on turf. But I would be remiss not to talk about him from a physical perspective. He just looks outstanding making his first start for Brad Cox. And this time of year, it feels to me like Connections, they're experimenting. They're seeing, what are we going to do with this horse for the winter? Are we going to keep this horse in training? Are we going to take him someplace where we can have turf? I don't trust his dirt form, but again, from a physical perspective, very, very well turned out. The 3 Bad Larry also looking good. Didn't run particularly well last time up at Finger Lakes, but he looks good. He also is 3 for 12 at the 9 furlong distance. Wayne Potts' horses tend to make a good impression. He's a little bit of a lighter framed horse, but his coat is great, and that tells me your horse is just generally in good health. The 4 Liberty Central, he kind of checks all the boxes for me. He had a no-chance trip last time where he got caught basically head-and-head for the lead, 5 wide into the turn. They went, fairly quick fractions. I think he's a horse that's better when the pace is a bit slower. He gets into a good rhythm. He does have 1 win, 4 seconds. It's always a little problematic to me. But I think if he works out a better trip, I think the 9 furlongs plays better for him, just his natural rhythm, his natural gait. And he's carrying good weight, for a horse that's making his 10th start of 2024. He really looks good. Like he's not backed off from his feed tub from that workload. And a horse that would have to improve vastly getting to the dirt for the first time. But another one that honestly, if I was just betting purely on looks, the 5 Rohan trainer Mitchell Friedman, this horse looks outstanding. If this was a beauty contest, well, I would crown him the king.
First time on dirt for Rohan. He's 13-1. Mig, thank you. The favorite is probably going to wind up being Liberty Central by post time. It looks like, looking at the doubles, 3-1 right now, but you will not be getting that when the gates open. 8 minutes away before we get to our post parade. JK, what do you have for us here on the 6th?
Yeah, Wolf, you pointed out the 4 Liberty Central likely to go off favorite here. But if you look at that last race, I like the 7 Colomio. Or Colomio, is that what we're calling? Yeah, let's go Colomio. With this horse that's drawn towards the outside. One thing I like about this one is showed some speed last time, which showed speed prior to moving to Charlie Baker's barn. But when I see a horse move to a good trainer's barn and they run well enough, I look for them to take another step forward because that new trainer's just figuring them out. He's only had them since September. So Charlie ran him and got to learn a little bit more about him, and now he's going to run him again. And I love the outside draw for this horse in here, and just the price difference that you're going to get here. If Liberty Central ends up going off a little bit shorter than the 3-1, which it seems like that's going to happen, you're getting much the best of it, taking the outside horse, the 7 Colomio. So I'm going to go with the outside, looking for Charlie Baker to take another step forward. And like we talked about on the show yesterday, I believe Kendrick Carmouche has one of the best clocks in his head when it comes to racing. I know a lot in pace, excuse me. I know a lot of people probably think that he's a gate guy, but I don't think he is necessarily a gate guy. I think he's just learned how to have that internal clock turned on, and he's tuned in with it. And I think Colomio is going to get a nice trip from the outside.
Yeah, we know, look, these mile and 1/8 races, that first turn comes up quick. It's never great to be drawn outside, but with Kendrick on a horse with the speed Colomio has, really doesn't seem to be a concern.
No, he's likely to be forward in here, and I just want to correct myself. It's first off the trainer switch for Brad Cox, with Zapruder going from Rick Dutrow over to Cox, so not a claiming situation here. He is one that did not race for a tag last time.
Still, 8-5, and it's likely just the name that's showing up as the trainer there, Brad Cox, because the dirt form just is not there. But maybe the horse has just gotten better?
Possibly. I mean, looking at some stats for Brad Cox, it is a small sample size, first off the trainer switch and turf to dirt. But he's 7 for 10 over the past 5 years, $3.66 ROI, 90% in the money. And if you take away the off-the-turf races from there, he's still 50%. So this is a move that when he does it with or without the intention of aiming them for this surface, he's doing it well. However, 8-5 versus a field with some proven dirt form that's good, I just can't take that short of a price.
Post parade coming up in a moment. We're approaching the 5-minute mark to post here in the start of this late pick 4. There's Zapruder. 3 of the 4 lifetime wins coming on the grass. The other win came on a wet track. Will not be getting either of those scenarios today. And there's the one who's likely going to be favored at post time, that 4 moving through the screen, Liberty Central, who has run 2 very good efforts on fast tracks at a mile and 1/8, multiple stakes placed against New York bred company. We'll start with Supreme Being, though, for Uriah St. Louis.
He's just been facing the toughest company of this group overall and gets back in against New York breds.
Going to be very far back early, though. Here's Zapruder, Brad Cox.
The one that's taking all of the money, switching surfaces, and we'll have to see what he does on the dirt.
11-1. Next door, Wayne Potts Barn with Bad Larry.
He used to have a lot of early speed, and that's kind of declined as of late.
Liberty Central, that price continuing to get shorter here. Jose Lezcano for Pat Quick.
Take away the last race, or you can make an excuse for it. He seems to have the fastest dirt form of this group.
Rohan caught Mig's eye first time on dirt.
Yeah, switching surfaces in here was a gigantic price last time on the turf, but maybe he's just one that could take a step forward on this surface.
Biggest price on the board are Captivating.
He'd have to get quite a bit faster to compete with this group, though he's second off a lengthy layoff.
And some pace, one who wants to be forward outside for Charlie Baker. Second off the claim, Colomio.
I think his last 2 starts make some sense in here for him. He was able to step up in class very well and still be competitive last time out.
Earned $25 just by playing with Naira Bets. Bet $75 on Aqueduct Sundays this December. And score that $25 bonus on the final Sunday in your Naira Bets account. You got to opt in to take advantage. Good luck to everybody playing. Get involved in this Pick 4, approaching $100,000 in this pool. Coming up, that includes our Sunday feature, that Garland of Roses for fillies and mares going 6 furlongs. Competitive group in that spot is now Liberty Central has become the 9-5 favorite.
He has. I think if you can find an excuse for that last race, his race 2 back makes him a winner here. He has races other than that one that do as well. It's been a minute since we've seen him in the winner's circle, but he just has a lot of consistency. And he makes sense to be your favorite when I think the other short prices in here, they still have something to prove a little bit at this level in terms of their numbers versus what he's done so far on the racetrack.
So Jose Lezcano back aboard. He's been on this horse each of the last couple of starts. And with more on now the 8-5 choice. Go back to Mig.
Yeah, guys, again, trying to fit the puzzle pieces. Liberty Central looks good from a physical perspective. Got an absolutely no chance trip last time. I like him stretching back out to 9 furlongs. He will be my top selection. He looks great in the warm-up. And I think Jose Lezcano last time just got caught in no man's land where he was kind of strung along wide into the turn. I think he gets a different trip today. A horse that I love the way he looks. I can't endorse him because I just don't know how he's going to react going to the dirt. But he could not look any better as the 5 Rohan. I mean, this horse has a coat like we're going into summertime, not like we're heading into winter. And that's a credit to his conditioner, Mitch Friedman, who does a really good job. And Richard Greeley has been a long-time patron of his. And they're really a good combination. Two guys that really understand each other and are on the same page. And a horse that's a huge long shot that I'm not talking about the horse because I like the horse at all. It was a 6 are captivating. If you look at this horse warming up, you'll see that instead of just the black of the saddle towel, the numbered saddle towel, there's a red weighted pad to make up the weight. Some riders are lighter than others. Jackie Davis, 118 pounds. She needs to, add weight to make up that difference. But they put the pad over the saddle towel, which is a bit unusual. Usually it's between, there's a foam pad, then if you needed a lead pad or a weighted pad, and then the saddle towel over it. And I've seen these pads come out from underneath the saddle, and I just kind of wish it was underneath the saddle towel as opposed to, between the saddle towel and the saddle. That's me nitpicking, but these are the little things that sometimes I notice.
Good eye, Mig. So a 51-1 shot there. Had been off for a long time, about a year and a half. First start back did not go well at a mile. We'll see what happens here in start number 2.
Of the weight pad there.
Yeah, there's a look. 6-5 favorite. It's Liberty Central. And this horse has at least a little bit of tactical speed, too. So Jose Lezcano is going to have some options to where he wants to place him in the race.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that while he was wide last time, I still just wanted to see a little bit more from him. But he's not going to be caught as wide as he was in that last start. And perhaps they try to have a little bit more position with him early on because they don't want to be caught out wider. And I think just the 1 1/8 distance for this race is also a great equalizer for many of these horses because he had that big number 2 starts ago at 1 1/8 behind Get a Job. And maybe he is one that just seems to handle it quite a bit better, at least in terms of what he's proven, more so than some of the other horses in this race because you don't really have anybody that's shown repetitively that they can go that far and still run well.
Yeah, I mean, that start 2 back and then the start 4 back in the Albany against Pandagate. Both those figures he ran in those races, I mean, they're just so far superior to what anyone else in this field has done. He's got to do it again. He's got to finish, but it seems very imposing if he can run back to either of those 2.
I agree. I'm very curious to see what the 1 does towards the inside, Supreme Being, and if he gets a little bit of pace, because I think that he has certainly met some classier rivals than he is today, but he isn't one that has necessarily been showing up and overwhelming when he's been at a level similar to this either. So I think that he's one that maybe his numbers look a little bit better than they actually are because of the company that he's been keeping over his last couple of starts, but at a price, I got to give him a chance.
Getting set for the 6th here, start of this pick 4 coming up. So there's the park shipper coming in for this long shot specialist trainer, Uriah St. Louis. Francisco Martinez in the irons. Even money now on Liberty Central. Public settling in on a horse who was just 2nd at this condition, at this distance, back on October 25th. Chris Griffin With the call, here's race 6, Aqueduct.
Rohan. Rohan moving in. Are captivating. Colomio. Estelot. Goes it. All set. And they're off. Liberty Central has early speed right out towards the front. Company from the outside from Colomio, and also trying to join them there is Zapruder towards the inside. Liberty Central has the speed though. Jose Lescano, they're clear. They're up by 3/4 of length now as Colomio is going to be content to stalk from second. Liberty Central trying to tap on the brakes now and slow things down up front. Back there in third, hugging the rail is Zapruder. Out wider there, it's a snug hold on R Captivating, who is now a shared fourth. Is moving up is Rohan quickly, and Rohan wants to move up with these leaders. Is really hard to handle here. Ruben Silvera trying to slow Rohan down is a handful, has now taken a challenging third spot. The two at the back, that's going to be Bad Larry with late running Supreme being the trailer. They work up the backstretch and went 24.45, and Liberty Central is going to dole out the fractions, is up by a length and a half. Colomio is watching the action here from second. Patiently ridden Zapruder's had a nice journey so far from Manny Franco. Now more settled is Rohan out in the center of the racetrack, 48.37 for that half-mile time. From the back, Supreme Beam starts a rally there with Bad Larry, and also there is R Captivating. They're the three trailers. Less than a half mile to go, and Liberty Central is now into the far turn, and Liberty Central doing it nicely. Colomio is ready to challenge, and here comes Colomio towards the outside, is now within a half length of the leader. The front two are really sprinting clear. Rohan is about 5 lengths back there in third. Under a full drive there is Zapruder. Supreme being the only one making up some ground from the back of the pack as they get set to reach the top of the stretch. Liberty Central, Colomio's had a bit of a journey here, has had that better journey towards the outside, and Colomio's ready to challenge, and Liberty Central's very game is in for the fight. These two now shoulder to shoulder here as they approach that final furlong. Colomio's trying to push on by. Liberty Central will not give up the lead, is digging down towards the inside. A 16th left to go. These two head in head. It's Liberty Central, Colomio. Colomio now trying to edge clear. Liberty Central comes back. Colomio got up to win it. Colomio over Liberty Central. Nice horse race. Then came Zapruder and Supreme Being. 1 minute 50.46 seconds.
Working. Kendrick Carmouche pushing this horse to the finish line to get by the favorite Liberty Central for the win.
An exciting race for the level where we saw a lot of early competition, trading of blows, and they did not relent through the stretch. It was a 2-horse race for the majority of this mile and an 1/8 distance, and it was still anyone's race at this point. Liberty Central was very game, trying to fight back towards the inside, but Colomio just able to get by when it counted, and these two were well clear of your third place finishers, Zapruder.
Big effort from the top two, even from Liberty Central in defeat. Jose Lescano tried to take command early, go to the front with the favorite, but Colomio, Kendrick Carmouche had him in perfect position and finally able to just get in front. Final strides of this race. This was a good battle down the stretch.
It was. This was an exciting effort from both of them, and I agree. Liberty Central really turned the tables on his last race, getting forward position in here, getting to save that ground, and really wanting to keep his head down in front for as long as he could, but Kendrick Carmouche just willing Colomio to go by when it counted.
3-1, beating a 6-5 favorite. Kendrick Carmouche for Charlie Baker, second off the claim. And this 4-year-old son of Constitution would not relent, just keeps on fighting down the stretch. And there's a look at Charlie Baker there on the right. Good for him. Such a fine horseman for those that follow the circuit day in and day out. Not known really on a national level, but he's as good as it gets.
Absolutely, and good to see him get a win because he's had a little bit of a colder year relative to some of the ones we've seen from him, and the horses have still been running. They've still been showing up, and this was a sharp claim by him to be able to step this horse up in company like he has, and for the horse to really respond and run well.
Kendrick Carmouche hearing to break after this one.
Yeah, plenty of physical strength on display, just unrelenting, having to really work for this victory. And this is the Kendrick that we know and are used to right here at Aqueduct during the winter meet. He's just always hungry and always out there trying to get the victory.
7-4-2-1, 3-1 upset. It's Colomia over Liberty Central. When we come back, first time on dirt, and I think he liked it. Poster, winner of the Grade 2 Remsen for Godolphin. We'll take a look back and what it meant for the man aboard. Stay with us.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, and I'm pleased to be joined by Kendrick Carmouche, who just pulled off another masterful ride on the 7 Colomio. This horse made you work a little bit. He looked like what I would term a bicycle horse. If you weren't pedaling, he wasn't running.
Yeah, you know, I watch his replays, and you can see that he's just a steady horse. You know, you just got to maintain him and just stay with him and just keep pumping him and talking to him. You know, come on, you're going to get there because, you know, I let Lascano have the easy lead. You know, I thought we was the 2 best horses in the race. I say we make it a race home, and, you know, he just paddled his way home. And Charlie had him right coming off the layoff. Going a mile last time, and off that 2-month layoff, and he come back a mile and an 8. I thought that was the perfect move.
You really did make it a 2-horse race by allowing the favorite Liberty Central to have that lead. But when do you make that determination, or how do you make that determination when to go after him?
I'm going at the half. I'm you know, if I look at it like this, if you can out-gallop me from the half-a-mile pole home, then you deserve to win because I let you set the fractions. But if not, the half-a-mile is the key. You can't wait till the quarter pole or the 3/8 pole because any horse can run a 3/8 home. You want to try to take the gut out of him before that last 16th when you can get there.
Well, you did some job making it a 2-horse race, and that's one of the reasons why I enjoy watching you ride so much, because you're a young, strong rider, but you kind of got that old school way about you.
Yeah, you know, I learned from a lot of good older jockeys, and I had the privilege to ride with so many good ones, you know. You just had to pay attention then. That's all it was back in the day, you know. they didn't have to come tell you. What you saw is what is the way you were supposed to do it, no other way. And I live by that, you know. I've been around the country. I can go to any jockey room and nobody can say Kendrick cut him off or anything. Yeah, I might have race rode you because they pay me to race ride you, but I don't cross those lines because I want everybody to go home at the end of the day to their families and have a smile on their face.
Well, you do it just right, and I'm going to beat him to it. Louisiana in the house, and his new nickname to me is Louisiana Lightning.
Ah, he said it, guys.
I like that. I assume it's Kendrick approved because he was all smiles after he heard it.
Hopefully. I mean, Kendrick is just one of the most enthusiastic riders that we have here on the circuit, and I feel like he gets a lot of cheer and fanfare from the Aqueduct faithful every single time he ends up coming back to that winner's circle or back to the paddock in general, win or lose.
They love him here. It's hard not to. He's so positive, infectious energy, and he worked hard to get this win, well earned on Colomio here. Second off the claim for trainer Charlie Baker. Fourth win, 17 starts, and an upset of a 6-5 favorite. We've had 2 legs now in the pick 5, and 2 favorites defeated, even though they've not been big prices. Anytime you keep on beating favorites, it's going to be a good return.
Especially when it adds up and you're able to get a couple of those favorites out of your sequence. And even if it is just the second choice, you're doing well so far. If you can get one price in there and beat another favorite, it's going to pay pretty fairly.
This race seems wide open. Here we go. Another mile and an eighth contest. 50,000 starter allowance. And early on in the wagering, La Vida Sofia trackside here has opened up at 8-5.
Yeah, Flavien Prat had a banner day yesterday that we'll be taking a look back at shortly, and he's going to be riding that one. But I think Enigmatic, likely your favorite by post time.
Yeah, Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano just third in a tough spot last time out as a beaten favorite in that race. I thought there were a lot of ways to go. We'll get deeper into the race coming up in a moment. We're going to talk about that ride right now, actually, and it was a history-making ride for Flavien Prat in the Remsen. Poster undefeated, but on turf. This was the dirt debut coming into the Grade 2 Remsen and took to it pretty good. Flavien Prat said this horse seemed to lose focus a little bit at the 8th hole, started looking around, but then when Aviator Guy came up to him, sort of refocused and regrouped.
He was just making such an impressive run from the back, with this being his first dirt start, to take the amount of kickback that he did, save ground in behind horses, and then make that bold swooping move on the turn to get into position. I agree with that assessment. I think that you end up seeing him towards the wire. He flicks an ear forward like he's not fully engaged, and Flavien Prat keeps just asking him for a little bit more to finish the job. And Aviator Guy had a difficult trip, making up a lot of ground as well, kind of wanting to lug in and needing to be corrected. And I think Poster had more to give than it might seem. So you can see that ear go back and forth right there. And of course, as we mentioned, Flavien Prat with a historic victory in that race.
Yes, it's the new single season mark for stakes wins in a year with his 80th, and equals the record for graded stakes wins that Jerry Bailey had set back in 2003 with his 55th. He's going to have plenty of opportunities to break that record, with still more work to do here in December before we turn the page with more on what we saw from Poster and history-making performance from Flavien Prat. Let's go to Mig.
Yeah, Greg, it seemed very fitting that Flavien Prat got that stakes mark with that ride, because she made a huge difference. Aviator Guy, the runner-up, was kind of bottled up behind horses, and him recognizing that, he made a conscious decision to go on, try to put some separation, get the drop on Aviator Guy, and ultimately Aviator Guy came with a big run. I do agree with Sarah. I think that Poster might have lost a little bit of interest, hitting the front and kind of idled a bit, but you have to be impressed with Poster making that wide sweeping move, and Aviator Guy, once you get out of traffic, came with a very determined run. A nice effort by both these colts, but the story really is Flavien Prat. I mean, to think about it in the context of thoroughbred racing, how many years, how many great jockeys, and now he stands alone with the most stakes wins, and in a tie with a legendary rider in Jerry Bailey at this moment for graded stakes victories, and he's going to have plenty of opportunities to actually break that record and own it completely, especially with the opening of Santa Anita the day after Christmas, where they offer a few graded stakes between opening day and the next day. So Flavien Prat in a good position. And talking with him earlier, he's actually going to get a little bit of a break after he rides the Futurity at Los Alamitos, getting a couple days off, and very well deserved, because it's very difficult to keep this energy level up throughout an entire year. Mentally, physically, it's taxing. And then throw in the factor that, these men and women are always dieting. So you're going on less than optimum calories a day. I think it's just a sensational story and very well deserved. He wanted it, he went after it, and he attained it.
Made that move here to the East Coast from out west with that intention to get these bigger mounts, these bigger horses from these top barns to be in the conversation for an Eclipse Award. And he's going to get it now. He's going to be named your Eclipse Award winner in about a month's time, or a month and a half or so, and well-deserved. Saratoga made history. He was dominant from the very beginning, and it's continued throughout the entire year.
It has. When you have a year where you're winning the Breeders' Cup Classic and smashing so many of these different records that are set by some of the absolute top jockeys in the sport recently and in the past, you are putting yourself in the position to be one of the top riders. And I think that that's a great point that you mentioned, Greg, because he could have decided to stay comfortable and have plenty of success on the West Coast and be so dominant out there, but he pushed himself for the level of greatness that he's now achieving.
We're going to see him coming up in this next race. He'll be on the one who's currently the 8-5 favorite. That may change by post time. He'll ride La Vida Sofia for Rudy Rodriguez. Getting a lot of attention on the board right now, a two-time winner. Prat back in action when we return here in the 7th.
Idiomatic in front, 16th to go in the Judd colors. Florent Giroux aboard. Idiomatic to win the Grade 1 Judd Spinster.
Idiomatic is taking the lead. Flavien trying to squeeze through, but it's going to be Idiomatic to win.
And Idiomatic just opens back up here with every stride. No catching. Idiomatic winning the Judd Spinster for Florent Giroux.
Curlin, the classic sire.
In the Churchill Downs Stakes. Then Gun Pilot up to 166 was that first quarter. But it's Gun Pilot and Christian Torres are going to win the Churchill Downs. Gun Pilot by 2.5 under the wire.
At Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard. Not for our sake, but for theirs. For the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Brought to you where you can play it all at NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Nothing like Christmas in New York, is there?
Well, I haven't actually been to Manhattan for Christmas yet.
You have to do it. Just dress warm. 7th at Aqueduct coming up next here. 50,000 starter allowance at 1 mile and an eighth. And there's the 8 again, rolling into the screen. This one Prat will ride. This one, Focus Pocus, intriguing as well from the inside for Rudy Rodriguez. Big win as we go downstairs to Mig last time out. But the company gets tougher now, Mig.
Yeah, the company gets much deeper here. And I would be remiss not to talk about Focus Pocus because from a physical perspective, she's just extremely well turned out. Great coat on her, great weight. She comes off that big win. Now, that might have been more a function of the company she was keeping, and even though she got a nice buyer speed figure there, sometimes when horses get to do things a little bit easier, right, they get in a better rhythm, so their stride's more efficient, they breathe better, this is certainly a tougher group. The 3 Enigmatic looks tremendous as well from the Linda Rice race barn. Another one that has some speed. And interestingly enough, in a 9-furlong race, you have several in here trying the distance for the first time, and no horse has won at the distance as of yet. We'll rectify that situation in about 10 minutes here. But she looks great. She should be forward. I like her. But the horse that stands out to me is the 6, Bobby Jean. The one time she got away from a true one-turn race was a turn and a half in Saratoga, and she just kept galloping. And that's the kind of horse she looks like to me, like she's just stay. I think she'll get the 9 furlongs. She's extremely well turned out. Mark Hennig's horses always look good. I could see this filly just getting in a good rhythm and outstaying the rest of this group.
All right, Mig, we'll get to the post parade here coming up in a moment. 7 minutes from the start as we get back to Enigmatic here. Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano, and one who can do damage, certainly in the front end.
She likes to be forward, and she's one that, unlike a lot of the other horses in this field that are stepping up in class or haven't had as many chances to face this level of competition, she's been at this level over her last 3 starts, and while she hasn't won, she's been pretty consistent. And the one race where she did not do too well, there was a little bit of a freshening, a little time off following that, and the winner of that race was Just Music, who just came back to win 2 days ago here with some improvement. So I understand that she was the favorite last time out, as well as the favorite 2 starts ago and didn't deliver. When she did win, it was for a $75,000 tag, but she seems to just be the one that's the consistent horse at this level of competition and has some speed.
There's a man with a lot to smile about. We just told you the story of Flavien Prat, soon to collect an Eclipse Award, unless we are just shocked by the voting. But it seems like he has locked it up, and a chance, again, to stand alone in graded stakes victories, tied with Jerry Bailey. An incredible mark of all the tremendous riders in the history of this sport. He is #1 right now. What a year he's had. Just incredible.
And almost getting that milestone victory in the Cigar Mile, with Mulligan finishing a narrowly defeated second to Locked. So it's not as though he wasn't potentially going to be able to achieve that just yesterday. But I agree with you. I think that that's something that we will see before the year is out from him.
2-1 favorite. Pratt will ride. With more on Enigmatic, let's go to JK.
Yeah, guys, I'm going to go with the 3. Enigmatic, who has a lot of early speed, hasn't really seen that speed out in the last 3 starts, but I do think probably had some excuses. If you look, some of those paces were pretty quick, broke slow a few times. I'm looking for this horse to take another step forward, and I don't think that Enigmatic has to make the front end here. I would think that a horse like potentially the 5 Dazzy, who won, pretty aggressively ridden last time, going a little bit shorter, would be aggressively ridden away from there, and could allow Jose Lezcano to kind of flop outside and get a better position on this Linda Rice runner. I like a horse like this who has attended honest paces and just hasn't got it done. And now in a situation where I feel like Enigmatic could work out a much better trip, I'm hopeful. And I like the fact this horse has been banging heads in that starter allowance company as well. Some of these other ones that are taking money are either first off a claim or coming in from some light allowance races. And I think that these types of starter races can sometimes be pretty tough. You can get horses that qualify for the condition that aren't the same horse that they were when they qualified. And I think Enigmatic is one of those.
Interesting. I mean, we'll see what she could do. It gives you hope, I guess, with that first start on dirt where she did just sit off the pace. She didn't win in Maiden Special Company. She ran second, but it seems like she wants the lead, and as JK said with the 5, probably not going to get it. Here's Focus Pocus coming off that big maiden claiming win.
If she repeats that last effort, she's going to win this race. It's just sort of a question of whether or not she'll be able to run back to it.
Balenciaga Betty's a big price.
She's stepping up in class, first off the claim for Wayne Potts.
Enigmatic, here she is. Can she do it without the lead?
We will see. I don't necessarily think she's going to get it either, and she doesn't really have a big figures edge on the rest of this field.
Here's Duck Fat, 1 for 33 coming in.
She'll be hoping for some pace to develop in this race, totally devoid of early speed.
Likely the one in front. This is the stretch out runner, Dazzy.
She hasn't done much routing in her career, and she is coming off of 2 sprints where she was a short price.
Bobby Jean actually has a good race to go back to, and it was a race taken off the turf at Saratoga.
The distance also a question for her, like it is for everyone else, but she's lightly raced.
Street View got back to dirt and came up with a maiden claiming win in her 13th try.
And limited opportunities to run over the dirt in general, but also that was her only race over a fast track going long.
I did not expect to see this much money on La Vida Sofia. Here's Prat aboard for Rudy Rodriguez.
The race 2 back, it was for a $25,000 tag, but that is the race that's the only one faster than what Focus Pocus has run in her last start as of the last couple of starts for some of these horses. Maybe a little Flavien Prat money, who knows? She was no match for Enigmatic in that last start.
She looks good warming up. Game face on. 5-2 right now as we're 2 minutes from the start of the 7th. Play all the action with Naira Bets. Get that offer with the code bonus 200 and sign up and bet any track, anywhere, anytime at nairabets.com. So post time coming up for the 7th. 2 turns, mile and an 1/8. And with more, let's go to Mig.
Yeah, guys, we'll start with the 3 Enigmatic. She's outfitted with an extension blinker on the outside eye, and that's usually because a horse has a tendency to want to drift out. Trainers believe that if they can't see, they won't go to where they can't see. Not exactly was my experience as a rider, but sometimes certain horses respond well to it. Thing is, it's a little tricky. The rider and the assistant starter have to make sure that the eye that is not encumbered with that blinker cup is looking straight down the racetrack and can see the brake coming and react to the brake. She did get off a half a step slow last time. She looks great from a physical perspective. Cannot falter whatsoever. But she also could have a bit of a problem because the 5-horse, Dazzy, drawn outside of her, has sprint speed. And now this horse is stretching to a mile and 1/8. You can't imagine that this horse isn't going to be the horse on the lead, and Enigmatic's going to be relegated to more of a stalking kind of a trip, and probably would be more comfortable getting to her outside, particularly with that extension blinker. Could be a dicey situation there. And that leads me to the horse that I liked in the paddock and I continue to like on the racetrack, and that is the 6, Bobby Jean. I just think that she is just going to really appreciate the mile and an 1/8, and that's the big unknown here. We don't have any of these horses ever winning at the distance, and several of them have never tried a mile and 1/8 distance, but at least she has to win around a turn and a half in Saratoga out of that Wilson chute, and that day kind of proved out what I always thought about her. She's just a kind of a galloper. She's going to stay. Stamina is her strong suit, and I'm willing to take that chance at 10-1.
Yeah, I mean, that was a big race from her. It's just a one-off, though, and she's had 3 opportunities since. She hasn't come close to really repeating it, but it's in there somewhere.
It is, and I think that's kind of the name of the game for a lot of the other runners in this field, because they either have a big race last time where they're winning their first race and now they're going to be stepping up in class, facing winners for the first time, or they're coming off of a performance where they were maybe trying something differently that could be what ultimately they end up preferring, but we just haven't seen those kinds of numbers from them in the past. And for a couple of them, it's both of those scenarios at play at once. So this is a tough puzzle to dissect, because you also don't have anybody that is at all a standout looking at numbers from a consistency standpoint. Nobody has really separated themselves overall through their careers as being faster than anybody else.
I thought this was, I thought, really one of the, if not the toughest race to handicap on the card.
Yeah, it's just everyone is so evenly matched, and the horses that are coming off the big performances, it's tough to necessarily trust that they're likely to repeat it, because they're now stepping up in class. They're now not running against non-winners. They're now having to get this distance or stretch out or whatever the case may be. So there's a lot going on here with a lot of different changes.
How'd you feel with what JK had said with Enigmatic? Do you feel she can win without the lead?
I want to see it, but I think that if you look at class and who
she's favored now,
and who these horses have been facing overall, she's the one that's been consistently at this level over the last couple of starts and run against what I think are some of the better horses than some of these have faced overall in their past recent races. So I don't know. We'll find out. We'll see what they do with Dazzy and how aggressive Ruben Silvera is coming out of those sprint races. But she is one that is likely to be forward in here. And then also, how aggressive will they be from the rail with Focus Pocus, who did end up getting the lead last time?
Even the 2 stretching out. I mean, that one's been primarily really a sprinter her entire career, stretching out. She might be forward as well. This could be a fairly hot pace.
Maybe Duck Fat is finally able to get that second win of her career, just grinding away with everybody else can't hang.
Here we go. 7th at 1 mile and an 1/8 from Aqueduct. Let's go upstairs to Chris Griffin.
La Vita Sofia. Last to load. Is in. All set. And they're off. Focus Pocus has the speed. It's Focus Pocus right to the front, sprinting clear early. La Vita Sofia is going to stalk right there from second. Will cross over and moving in between rivals there. Enigmatic to make it 3 across the racetrack early. Switching out very wide there was Bobby Jean. Just had to tap on the brakes off of heels. Also in between horses there comes Dazzy is in that early group. Is moving forward is Balenciaga Betty. So let's sort them out here. It's Focus Pocus in front. Enigmatic is stalking from second. At the rail, Balenciaga Betty is in third. Outwider La Vita Sofia is now tracking from the 4 spot. In between horses, still on the muscle there comes Dazzy. Dazzy wants to go, but is right there in between horses in the 5th position. In the red cap there, then comes Bobby Jean, is 4 lengths in front of the 2 trailers, Duck Fat with Street View. They work up the backstretch, 23 and 4 for that opening quarter mile. Mild pressure here for Focus Pocus, and Focus Pocus now lets it out a notch. It's Focus Pocus up by a full length and a half. Right there in second is Enigmatic, is comfortable in that second position. Balenciaga Betty is moving through at the rail, is now a challenging third. La Vita Sofia out wider. Dazzy still looking for some clear running room. Here comes a run from Bobby Jean, and Bobby Jean is circling rivals quickly. From the back, here's a run from Street View, and the trailer, Duck Fat, 48 and 3 was the half-mile time. Focus Pocus has been collared by Enigmatic. Enigmatic puts a nose in front. Bobby Jean has run right by La Vita Sofia, who's now stuck in between rivals. And also Dazzy is trying to be cut loose here as these are the top 5 here as they reach the top of the stretch. Enigmatic is trying to sprint away from the rest of the field. Bobby Jean made that big move on the turn, and Bobby Jean is trying to catch this leader. Enigmatic is towards the inside. Bobby Jean towards the outside. Bobby Jean trying to push on by, now puts a nose in front. La Vita Sofia is now engaging towards the outside. Bobby Jean, but here comes La Vita Sofia catching with every stride. They get close to the wire. Give it to Bobby Jean over La Vita Sofia. Then came Enigmatic and Dazzy in 1 minute 51 and 4.
Bobby Jean, Kendrick Carmouche, back-to-back, floating out a little bit in the stretch. We'll take a look at the head-on in here, but nice call, Mig.
Yeah, great call with this one. A bit of a price in this spot, who was the lightly raced horse coming in, and he was going back to some of those starts at Saratoga, at least noting that this horse had been the type to just keep plugging along, and that's exactly what we saw from Bobby Jean out on the racetrack. Kendrick Carmouche now going back-to-back, and I saw what you did with a little bit of floating out. We'll see what it eventually looks like from a different perspective, whether or not La Vita Sofia was at all impacted by that. But it just seemed like this was a confident ride from Kendrick to just keep pushing on. Now after those 2 victories where he's really had to keep after his horses, you got to think he's getting a little tired, huh?
He is putting in work today, and from that angle, tough to tell from the pan, but it looked like clear. We'll get a better angle here from the head-on. 6.835, how it finished. Red cap. That's Kendrick, your eventual winner on Bobby Jean. And there comes Pratt on the outside with the 8 with that white blaze.
Yeah, you can see now he's switched the crop towards the inside, and that's when we do start to see more of a drift there. Big move there, and you do see a correction, and then he does ultimately.
Never made contact, though.
No.
Didn't look like it.
No, I think that this is one that'll probably stay as is, but just my opinion.
Mig, just good race riding here. It didn't look like they ever touched.
From making contact at just the right moment, it also helped the fact that the runner-up, La Vita Sofia, kind of stepped away from her, and it definitely thwarted a little bit of her forward momentum. But that was all within the boundaries of the law, if you will. Just good, hard race riding, and rode that line just right.
6.835. And I'm not sure if Kendrick expected her to move out that much and try and intimidate when he went to that left-handed crop, but he was able to correct just in time.
He was, and I was going to say, I don't even know that that was necessarily intentional good race riding. I think that he was a little bit shocked by the amount of reaction that did occur, and he was very quick to make a correction to try to keep her in a straight path, so I would be surprised if anything was done in this situation.
Louisiana Lightning back-to-back. We'll see if the name sticks here, given by Mig. We're going to talk Demoiselle when we come back. Brad Cox, absolutely loaded, looking ahead to next year's Kentucky Oaks with 3 top-class fillies. Stay with us. Back-to-back for Kendrick Carmouche on an 8-1 shot here. Bobby Jean for trainer Mark Hennig. And this 3-year-old filly picks up the second win of her career, pays $19.80 for the win. That Kendrick double. How about $41.50 back? Let's head downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, thanks, Greg, and pleased to be joined with Mark Hennig. And Mark, Bobby Jean, the only time she got to go around a turn and a half was her best performance, so you had to feel pretty good about going the full 2 turns today.
Yeah, I mean, we've been trying to do that with her. You know, I've been trying to run her. I almost shipped her to Florida just to try to get 2 turns because I've been trying since Saratoga to get 2 turns and been unfortunate not to. So, you know, I was really happy when this race went, and then it actually set up with a lot of pace, which kind of helped us a little bit, I think, at the end because she just kind of keeps on galloping.
Well, you know, what you said, the keeps galloping, going to the far turn, she just kind of started that steady advance, and she never let up. It was just a continuous run.
Yeah, and she kind of had, you know, a little bit of trouble in the first turn, had to bear out. But, you know, I told Kendrick, I think we were all on the same page, including you, as we discussed it beforehand. You know, when they turned up the backside, you know, I just told him just sit on her and let her take you whatever she wants to do. And I felt like if he did that, she could just kind of keep grinding away at it. And I was hoping that we didn't move too soon when we got to the 8th pole because I saw the 8 start running again. But, you know, it was good to see her hold him off. And he said she galloped out well.
Yeah, it looked to me, though, was there any anxious moments you watching the pan shot in real time? Because she did take kind of that big step out towards her.
Yeah, I saw Kendrick do that, but that might have been the right move for him to intimidate that horse just a touch. But they didn't really come close to making any contact, so that's good. You know, it's just part of the game.
Mark, congratulations. Well done.
Thanks, Rich.
Guys, filly that definitely wanted to stay, and sometimes it's fun when you identify one like that, you get a big price.
Mig did just that. Well done. Bobby Jean appreciating the extra distance and had to hold off this late threat. Flavien Prat, La Vida Sofia, but able to do just that. Now we have that price in this pick 5.
Things are getting a little bit spicier in the late pick 5 where you've defeated 2 favorites with the second choice, and now you've got a long shot in what was a pretty evenly bet race with plenty of horses much shorter prices than she was. So great call by Mick.
Sunday feature is coming up next. Fillies and Mares sprinting 6 furlongs in this Garland of Roses, Mystic Pleasure, 4-5, current favorite. Rudolph Brissett, Florent Giroux will ride. Beat by a filly she'd beat on a couple of occasions prior, including the start before at Keeneland. She comes in with a pretty in-form resume.
Yeah, Rudolph Brissett having a solid weekend, even though he did not get that victory in the Cigar Mile, but looking to continue the momentum of his horses showing up and running well.
All right, much more on the Garland of Roses. Ain't Broke coming off the bench for Linda Rice. You have Can't Hurry Love coming off a big effort, but it was back in June. Haven't seen since. A few ways to go in this race.
Yeah, and a lot of speed, it seems, at least on paper as well.
17 minutes away from the 8th on the card. Let's look back to yesterday. 2-year-old fillies in the Demoiselle. Brad Cox already with your 2-year-old champion filly will be crowned shortly in Immersive. He has Good Cheer, who won the Goldenrod. Now he's got another one in Muhimma, who passed her first test in stakes company. She's a perfect 3 for 3.
I love this effort from her, just so professional, so well within herself, so it seemed on the racetrack, holding off a late challenge here from Ballerina Doro, who had a little bit of traffic trouble and was trying this surface for the first time, and these two were just so well clear of your 3rd place finisher, and she's one that really seemed to be so professional as well, did not get out of the gate all that sharply and just didn't panic, didn't bobble, didn't have any concerns with that, just was able to regain that position so effortlessly and take the lead.
And maybe, at least for handicappers going into the race, there were some questions. Would she like the mile and an 1/8? Yes, she did. And you can just visually see coming down the stretch, just physically so much bigger than the rest of her competition. She's a very large filly.
And not only just taller, but she's well filled out by comparison. She seems like she has the looks of an older horse rather than one that is still that developing 2 to 3-year-old.
So Mig, Brad Cox with your eventual champion in this division. Good Cheer, we mentioned. They're 1-2 on the road to the Kentucky Oaks for next year. And now they have this one as well in Muhimma.
And this is a big strapping filly, as you guys were referring to. A lot of size, a lot of scope, but a lot of substance all the way through. And the one thing that really stood out to me with Muhimma is her intensity. She just knows what her job is. You can see she's got a serious demeanor, and that's something you can't teach. Either a horse has that or they don't. And she just knows her job, seems like she enjoys her job, and just a relentless stride to her. I thought this was a really, really nice progression too, right? She went 6.5, 7, now the 1 1/8, and I'm really excited about this filly going forward. And talking with Brad Cox, yesterday about her, you could see a trainer that has good fillies, and obviously your 2-year-old filly champion, but how excited he is about her, because this filly has tipped her hand in her work, and then certainly in the way she goes about things. Very, very professional for a young horse.
This barn is stacked in this turning the page to next year 3-year-old filly division, with maybe the top 3 prospects towards the Oaks for next year.
I think with what we've seen so far, that's a statement that can certainly be made. Really looking forward to what we get from potentially those 3 fillies matching up along the way as they get closer and closer to that Kentucky Oaks.
Our feature, again, coming up next. We'll get to the Garland of Roses ahead. Even money favorite for Rudolph Brissett here, Mystic Pleasure. Florent Giroux will ride. We're going to take a break. We'll be back. More on this field post-parade coming up as well. There's the favorite. Giroux on board Muhimma in the Demoiselle yesterday, looking at another stakes victory to make it an even more productive weekend here on Mystic Pleasure when we come back.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Now the sport of thoroughbred racing is combining those timeless traditions with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards of equine safety to the highest level. Wearable biometric devices measure subtle changes in a horse's stride to help optimize safety and performance. State-of-the-art imaging technology helps pinpoint areas of potential concern for early intervention by expert veterinarians. And the sport's new independent regulator, the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Authority, is using AI and enhanced data modeling to help prevent injury.
Opening quarter mile was a quick one.
From sunrise to sunset, there's an ecosystem of trust and care and a commitment to well-being. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage with our Sunday feature ahead, the Garland of Roses program, brought to you by Hillendale at Nalapa. And the even money favorite in this Garland of Roses, that is Mystic Pleasure. Florent Giroux back aboard off that runner-up finish in the Dream Supreme, a winner prior to that when Flavien Prat was aboard at Keeneland. Short price here in the first trip to Aqueduct. And there she is, 4-time winner, been in the money in 8 of 10 lifetime starts. And just comes in really sharp form right now.
She does, and she has the recency edge on some of the others in here that could be her chief competitors if they perhaps had a start under their belt, and that's Ain't Broke as well as Can't Hurry Love towards her outside. She's one that can be forward without necessarily needing the lead. She seems to just be in good form and able to set up a nice trip.
Time of year, though, and we saw it in the Cigar Mile, Mig, when 3-year-olds can step up. They're ready to tackle these older horses. Is that the case with Autumn Evening?
Yeah, Greg, I kind of get that feeling, the impression, and I like the addition of blinkers for the 4 Autumn Evening. She won last time, but I spoke with Johnny Velasquez after that race, and he said it was like she was running with the, like stops and starts. I term it running with the emergency brake on. I actually like the turn back and distance forward with the addition of blinkers. Kendrick gets back aboard. He's a rider that recognizes situations like this and how to handle horses like this. And I think she's very interesting with the addition of blinkers. And she looks fantastic, which, it's almost a given with a Todd Pletcher runner that they're going to look extremely well. The 7 Mystic Pleasure also making a nice impression. She has speed. She's drawn towards the outside. She's obviously, one of the contenders here. And the other speed in this race, to me, is the 8 Can't Hurry Love, who's coming off of a layoff. Looks tremendous, looks fit. Dave Duggan does really good work. And I'm actually going to catch up with Dave Duggan once the riders are put up, and we'll talk a little bit about her coming off the layoff and her preparation. She's a filly that's shown, though, she can stalk, and she's in a perfect spot outside what I perceive to be the other speed. I know the 1 has some speed as well, but she'll know immediately how her main rival pace-wise broke and whether to go on and try to take advantage of it and seize the race or find herself in more of a stalking spot, because Can't Hurry Love has shown to be versatile in that respect.
Love to have that outside post position coming off a huge performance last time out in that Dancing Renee all the way back in June. We have not seen her since. 4-1 on the board right now. That's the favorite at even money. Let's go to JK for more on the Garland of Roses.
Yeah, for me in this spot, I'm going to go with the 7 Mystic Pleasure. This horse, not so much last time, but 2 starts back, I thought ran sensational. And if this horse can find a way to find that performance in here again, and I think we'll appreciate the cutback to the 6 furlongs as well. I think that goes a long way in this spot. I think she's going to be very tough to beat. And you get a horse who's got a lot of early pace, doesn't always make the front, but does earn fast pace figures, speed figures, a final time way to understand how fast a horse ran. Pace figures is a way to understand what happened within the race. Mystic Pleasure runs fast early. I think it's drawn outside of all of the main competition. I'm not really crazy about the horse to the outside, the 8 Can't Hurry Love. I like Mystic Pleasure's draw in here, and I like the trip that she's projected to get.
Yeah, she could sit and stalk late just off the speed. She comes in incredibly sharp. Meanwhile, back to Autumn Evening. This was the 3-year-old filly Meg was talking about. What'd you like here?
I like that she's putting the blinkers back on because they did take them off for that last start where she was stretching out in distance, trying to get the mile, and did show some good speed in that race. But in all of her starts prior to that, she did have those blinkers on when she was sprinting for the majority of them as well. And she's one that was coming out of a race 2 back where Kendrick was aboard. She was 40-1 and still managed to finish 4th with not an ideal trip at all in that grade 3 Prioress. So the company that she's kept, the cut back in distance, the blinkers going back on for her, and getting some speed in this race in all likelihood. I don't think she's going to need to be a part of the pace if she has route speed, and she hasn't necessarily shown that sprinting. I think she sits the right kind of trip in here, and while Mystic Pleasure is likely to get the first run on whoever is forward in here, she might end up getting the last one.
See if she can take a step forward. That man's won back-to-back starts. He'll try and make it 3 straight on this 3-year-old filly for Todd Pletcher. 6-1 on Autumn Evening. We'll see if she can step forward, and she'll need the best race she's probably ever run to beat the likes of a Mystic Pleasure and Can't Hurry Love in here. I think Ain't Broke interesting in here. She's off a lengthy layoff for Linda Rice, but she has some of the fastest races of anybody in the field.
She does, and these are all races that are going a little bit further than the 6 furlong distance that she's going to be in at this time, and she was cross-entered yesterday to go a little bit further in another race that was a stakes, and now she does opt to come back in this spot. So maybe this is just a starting point, but maybe she's just one that has the fastest races, and that versatility could ultimately prevail. It's not like she's run poorly while sprinting, just not the numbers that we were seeing as of late when she was going a little further.
Post parade coming up. We'll start with Kara's time from the inside. Three-time winner on this surface, Manny Franco for Mitchell Friedman.
Tough start for this one last time out. Was able to get a nice stalking position. She can't afford to give anything away at the break this time.
So ain't broke. Here she is coming back off the bench for Lena Rice.
Off since May 4th, cutting back in distance, has been in 2 graded stakes prior to that. We'll see if she handles the 6 furlongs just as well.
Just missed in the grade 3 distaff graded stakes place. Here's Autumn Evening for Pletcher.
Blinkers are going back on this one. We've talked about the cutback with her as well as who she faced 2 back.
Kendrick in good spirits, again trying to win his 3rd in a row. Here's Captain's Daughter, just missed against Kara's time 2 back.
Yeah, ran really well in that sprint race. Then I can forgive trying to stretch back out in distance without a ton of pace over a sloppy sealed track. We'll see what we get. Big price.
Here's 4 to 5 favorite Mystic Pleasure.
She seems like one that has the most consistent form and should get a nice stalking trip.
And Can't Hurry Love, that was a big effort in that Dancing Renee, but it was back in June. We haven't seen her since.
She's one that has a lot of tactical ability. She's been ultra consistent when we have seen her on the racetrack. I think aided by the racetrack a bit in that big win, but certainly has plenty of races that would make her awfully tough in here.
As Mig would say, we're going to go to him now. She's Hickory. 14 times first or second in 22 starts, standing by with her trainer. Let's go back to Mig.
Yeah, Greg, that's a perfect word to describe this mare, Hickory. She shows up every time. Dave, coming up with a big effort in the Dancing Renee, but that was a while ago. How has she been training up to this Garland of Roses?
Yeah, I mean, she was all set to go to Saratoga, and she came up with a foot issue, and it took us a long time to kind of let it heal, and, you know, kept on kind of lagging. So we sent her out for a little spell, and she swam for about a month, and it seemed to kind of let everything dissipate. And she came back, she trained well. I mean, I can't fault her. I think she's fit. You know, she might be a shade ring rusty, but I don't think so. So hopefully I'm good enough.
Well, and your wife, Lara, actually works her. And how have you been? You've been very happy with the way she's been working?
Yeah, we popped her away from the gate there about 2 works back, and it's probably as impressive a work as I've seen. So, you know, are we good enough? We'll find out.
What kind of trip would you like to have? She has natural speed, but she doesn't need the lead.
I just left the ball in Romero's, just deal with the break and make his best decisions.
All right, Dave, I've held you up enough. Go upstairs, watch your filly warm up. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Guys.
Mig, thanks. David Duggan. He has had an incredible, now 3rd year in a row. I mean, the last 2 years, the best 2 years of his career, and he was thinking about leaving the game. It's been a good story. This is her most recent start, that victory in the Dancing Renee, and this was maybe a career best performance.
This was a great effort by her, and it's not as though this was a race that came out of nowhere. She's been so solid, so consistent, and very tactical as well. And yes, June 23rd was a day where the rail was very strong on the main track. She was able to be forward, have that inside position. It seemed as though it was a significant advantage, but she always seemed very capable and in control of doing just what she did in this race, and it's not as though that race was an outlier. Does it concern you at all with her that we've only seen her 3 times this year as opposed to her campaign last year? I know they talked about why that was.
Not with the way she's shown up, and it sounds like David Duggan's extremely happy with the way she worked leading into this.
Yeah, seems like anything has been taken care of, and she should be coming back and certainly capable.
Probably more worried with who she has to face, and that would be this
fair.
one here. Mystic Pleasure, who 2 starts back. Look, if she can run back to that race she ran at Keeneland, no one's going to be able to touch her in here.
No, she was impressive there. 93 by her speed figure. It's enough to put her over the edge with a lot of this competition. And even this race that we're taking a look at Churchill, where she just was able to be so forward in here, have good position, but not needing the lead whatsoever. And Uppercase does end up going by to defeat her, but she still hung in there. And I thought ran a very game effort, able to hold off who was your favorite in Spirit Wind, who was coming from off pace.
And she had beat that filly before, Mystic Pleasure, 4 to 5 right now. Florent Giroux for Brissette here in the Aqueduct debut for this filly by Good Magic. As we go back to Mig.
Yeah, guys, listen, when I'm looking at heavy favorites, like I am the 7 Mystic Pleasure, the first thing I want to see is there something that maybe makes me feel like they're vulnerable. I don't see anything. She looks fantastic. She warmed up beautiful. She's just a really good-looking daughter of Good Magic, and you know, she's well-placed, and she's going to be a handful. She runs her A effort. Everybody's going to have a real hard time. The path to the winner's circle is certainly through number 7, Mystic Pleasure. The 4-horse Autumn Evening, I think she's interesting, especially if things heat up on the front end. I love the addition of blinkers with her. I think last time she was running with those stops and starts that I talked about earlier, almost like the emergency brake was on. I think adding blinkers is really going to aid her, and she should be coming from off the pace. And it feels like today horses that are outside are just having a touch the best of it. I wouldn't say there's any kind of a true bias, but I think the horses making a later rally have seemed to, the track has been kind to them. I think that's a nice way to say it. And Can't Hurry Love looks fantastic. You know, everybody knows that I'm a Dave Duggan fan. I think he's a tremendous horseman. He does great work. His horses look good. And she looks very fit coming off the layoff. So she's very interesting. Obviously, she has that layoff to contend with a deep and good field here in the Garland of Roses. But I think a great addition to this race, guys.
Even money, no faults from Mig for the one to beat on the board. Mystic Pleasure for the Brissett barn, looking to pick up the 5th win of her career. But some interesting other runners in this group, including the up-and-coming 3-year-old filly Autumn Evening. Let's take a look at a fast fact for the favorite. While trainer Rudolph Brissett has won at 11%, in non-graded stakes races, this year's runners have hit the board at a solid rate of 72%.
And when I look at that, I say, well, that doesn't really change my opinion because she is the 4-5 favorite in this spot. But I think that shows you that there's a level of consistency and a level of intent that when he does point his horses for races just as this one, they do tend to show up, and it is a move that he does successfully. We did have a horse scratch in this race that would have been your heavy favorite, so maybe something that would have been weighted a little bit more heavily had she not defected to your favoritism now, and even
Who would
money.
have been the favorite?
L&J.
Really?
I think so.
Okay. Really?
Yeah, Brad Cox, Manny Franco, that pedigree.
Okay, I disagree.
All right.
All right.
All right. Wow. All right. Anyway, I think that this is one of those fast facts that it's good to perhaps take note of, but doesn't necessarily change anyone's opinion. She is your heavy favorite.
All right, even money, Mystic Pleasure. Trying to win for the second time, last 3 starts. Here we go, Garland of Roses. Chris Griffin, the call.
Can't Hurry Love. Goes it. All set. Backing Can't Hurry Love out. Maybe just readjusting there. Opening the front of the gate now. Can't Hurry Love. Can't Hurry Love. Now is in. All set for the Garland of Roses. And they're off. Breaking very quickly was Can't Hurry Love from the outside draw, and Can't Hurry Love is trying to cross over and will. Can't Hurry Love is the clear leader. Kara's Time is in the early mix as the gray at the rail is moving forward. Autumn Evening doesn't want to be too far back, and Autumn Evening is now taking that second position away and back to third. Now fourth is going to be Kara's Time. It's passed towards the outside here from Captain's Daughter, who's progressing in the pink cap. Ain't Broke, well settled in the 5th position, is under a tight hold here, moves towards the outside through a 22-3 opening quarter mile. Mystic Pleasure is the trailer. Can't Hurry Love is trying to slow things down. Autumn Evening wants to apply the pressure immediately. And here comes Autumn Evening towards the outside, back to within a head of the leader. Kara's Time is looking for a way out. Manny Franco and the gray Ain't Broke with a wide rally, has traveled well throughout, and Captain's Daughter's rallying out wider too. They reach the top of the stretch. Autumn Evening is trying to put away Can't Hurry Love. Can't Hurry Love is very game. Ain't Broke is absolutely rolling on the grandstand side now. Also Kara's Time. It's Can't Hurry Love. All hard towards the inside. Ain't Broke with all the momentum. These two hook up here for a final 16th. Can't Hurry Love just won't give in. Ain't Broke trying to pass on by. Can't Hurry Love gets the roses. The Garland of Roses. Can't Hurry Love over Ain't Broke. Then came a photo that was Autumn Evening with Kara's Time in 1 minute 10.32 seconds.
Can't Hurry Love. It looked like she was done for. Ain't Broke was absolutely rolling, had all the momentum. There's David Duggan, winning trainer. She digs in and gets to the wire first.
She's just such a cool horse. She seems to show up every time, and out of the gate, she broke so sharply in comparison to anyone else. Kind of looked like she caught a flyer getting out of there, and I really like the move that was made to be able to cross over towards the inside, take away the opportunity for Kara's time to try to slip up the rail and contend with her. And I think that that was one of the winning moves in this race, to not allow another horse with some speed to try to challenge her early. And that gave her just enough to hold off the oncoming Ain't Broke. But it's the two layoff horses that finished 1-2.
Yeah, how about that? And just no show performance from your favorite Mystic Pleasure.
Just didn't really seem like she was traveling comfortably at any point. I was surprised to see her in last early on, so I'm not sure if something happened there. She does get brushed a little bit at the start, but I didn't see anything dramatic to warrant that kind of poor performance. Did you?
Not at all. Look, Mig gave the new nickname to Kendrick, Louisiana Lightning. I think we should call David Duggan the Renaissance Man. Last 2 years have been the best 2 years of his career. We talked about him at one point. He was thinking about stepping away from the game, but he said, I'm just too stubborn to quit. And that turned out to be a very wise decision to stick around. He's doing tremendous this year as well, but the last 2 years have been amazing for him. Can't Hurry Love. Now back-to-back stakes victories, and does it, as you mentioned here, off the bench.
And the whole barn has been going so well, but this is one of those horses for him that I'm sure was a bit of an influence in pulling him right back into the throes of thoroughbred racing, because when you have a horse that just shows up for you every time like this, it would be very hard to step away.
Romero Mirage on Can't Hurry Love. We talked about how honest she is. Hickory, as Mig loves to say, that's the 7th win now in 23 career starts, back-to-back stakes victories. Wins it 9-2 in the Garland of Roses, able to hold off the hard-charging Ain't Broke off the bench as well. Stay with us. Back with you on our Sunday coverage, America's Day at the Races. On a cool afternoon in South Ozone Park, New York. And he was a cool customer right here. Romero Mirage, Can't Hurry Love, engaged. with a horse rolling down the racetrack, but Can't Hurry Love able to find more and get this victory in the Garland of Roses. Winner's Circle lead-in brought to you by Facing Tipton Digital, North America's #1 digital auction platform for thoroughbreds. Learn more at digital.facingtipton.com. And David Duggan, credit to him. Would have loved to have run her, obviously, at Saratoga. Came up with a little bit of a foot issue, had to wait, had to be patient, and takes good care of her, and it pays off.
It does, and she was just so ready to fire, so sharp from the gate, and really able to sustain that speed to hold off a serious late challenge.
Let's go downstairs to Meg.
Yeah, I'm so pleased to be joined by Romero Mirage, who just contributed a beautiful ride on Can't Hurry Love. When the inside filly broke, the filly inside of you, the favorite, didn't break as well. You really were able to control the race.
Yeah, I think that was the main part of her winning today, was her getting the front pretty easily and then being able to just get her in her comfort zone. I don't know how fast it went, but she was rolling, but she was doing it very comfortably, so I was very happy the first quarter of a mile.
Well, it's not how fast you're going, it's how you're going fast, and she looked very comfortable.
Yes, she was going comfortable the whole way, and even at the quarter pole when the other horse ran up to me, I knew that I had a little bit left in the tank where she'll be able to level off and give me a lot of run to the wire.
How good did it feel to feel her re-engage, dig in, and fight that filly off, and she wanted it?
Yeah, she wanted it a lot. She's just so tough, so classy. David Dugan and his crew, they did an amazing job getting her ready fresh off the layoff. But when the other horse came to me, she just completely re-engaged the bridle, and she just fought hard for it. She's just one of those horses that loves her job and loves to win.
Romero, it's been fun for me to watch you and your evolution as a rider. And one of the things that stands out to me is just how strong you are in the finish. The other day you had a win battling back on the inside, and I told you that was highlight reel. This is another one for your highlights. Is that something that you've worked on? Because you've just gotten stronger and stronger.
Yeah, it's actually something that I work on every day. Even tomorrow, first thing I'll be going to the gym because as an athlete over the years from playing soccer, even now, like I feel like as an athlete, you can get better every single day. So that's my whole game, is just to get better and just better myself. And that's just what's helped me become stronger in my finishing. And my older cousin, Raj, he's like on top of me more than anything. So he's a big part of that, as well as you. So I'm very happy for that.
Well, Raj won a race the other day. How much would you enjoy hooking up in a stretch battle with your cousin?
Oh, that would have been that would be crazy. I would love it. We've hooked up. The first time I rode against him in Saratoga, I was 18. I beat him. Second time I rode against him in a stake in Gulfstream, I beat him. So, and he beat me once in Gulfstream as well. So I would love to hook back up with him because he trash talks a lot. So I would definitely love to hook back up with him.
Well, you've got a lot to trash talk about now. You're riding terrific. And by the way, guys, he's better looking than Rajiv.
Thank you. It's been well established on this program. Poor Raj. Good to see Rajiv Raj, Romero's cousin, getting in the winner's circle recently on his return to his race riding career. But this young man, wins like this just give you more and more confidence and just make you want to work that much harder.
Absolutely, and he's very thoughtful with how he assesses the races and where he wants to be in terms of his position, how he sees how things will play out from a dynamic standpoint. And we all have a lot of big opinions on this show, but I think we've all really come together over him being the handsome cousin relative to Rajiv.
Seems like the only thing we can agree on this show. And that's not a slight on Raj, because Raj, you're tremendous looking as well. Just your cousin, a little bit better. That's all.
It just seems to be a common theme. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see.
I didn't make the rules.
Late pick 5 following. We got a couple of big numbers in here. I thought I took a sneak peek at the payouts. I thought they'd be a little bit bigger than what they are, but still going to be very good. That you have you have nearly a $20 horse in Bobby Jean. Now you have an upset of. Was she odds on in the end? Our favorite.
I think
in the
she
Garland of
was.
Roses?
Yes.
I think she was 4 to 5.
Mystic Pleasure.
And we got a wide open race coming up to close things out. We talked about, was it that 7th that was one of the most wide open races on the card? This one, difficult.
Absolutely, very hard to assess with a lot of new faces, a lot of horses that are perhaps doing something different, and all of the lately raced, of course, being 2-year-olds. And we do have 2 chances for a pick 6 carryover as well.
The 6 furlongs to close it out. New York breds, maiden special weight. Favorite right now, the 3 Vakinda. George Weaver, very good with his 2-year-olds. It's going to be the 3rd opportunity for Vakinda, son of Vacoma, try and break that maiden coming up. Get a look at the field, hear from Mig when we return, and more on the Muhimma Mile and that celebration with the local horse. The fun still happening with Fun Can Done, taking the big one. We'll be back. Stay with us.
this race. Very professional and very fast. Muh rolling home by 4 in fine style.
Muth, the son of good magic, coming down the stretch in Hot Springs to win it.
This is my Oakland.
Union Rags, a proven sire with 6 Grade 1 winners. He has 3 Grade 1 winning juveniles, including Dancing Rags, Union Strike, and standout older horses like Express Train and Paradise Woods. His success continues with recent graded stakes winner Circle of Trust and multiple graded stakes winner and Grade 1 winner Power Squeeze. Union Rags, a proven Grade 1 sire, standing at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage, America's Day at the Races. Saturday, we were live on site in Jamaica. We weren't. Acacia Clement, Andy Sterling were, those lucky ones, on their way back now. But what a race it was. 3rd edition of that Muhimma, $250,000 purse, and it lived up to all expectations. It's gotten better year by year by year, and the stretch duel was pretty fun to watch too. First time ever in its short history a local horse is able to come through.
And I think with all the attention that we've been able to really offer and put on this race and highlight the competitive fields as well as the racetrack and really the fans too that show up for these types of races. It's nice to see the local horse get the victory on this occasion, and it was like an exciting finish. Legacy Isle making a big move into the pace that fell apart, hanging on that wrong lead, getting a little bit leg weary, but ultimately Fun Candon able to upset it 17-1. And I think my favorite part was the reaction and celebration by Connections afterwards.
The quick stand up after the wire and celebration from jockey Robert Halladine. Everyone leading up to this race, all the analysis we heard, it just seemed like Ryan Crichton, it was a foregone conclusion he was going to go back-to-back. He had Legacy Isle, who was the more highly regarded runner, winds up giving up the leader, but also Commandant, if it wasn't Legacy Isle, he had really the top 2 in this race. But it winds up being Fun Candon and Jason DaCosta, champion trainer there in Jamaica. Great moment for him, and wins with this Kentucky bred, and a great moment.
Absolutely, just nice to see the locals get the victory and show that you have to be in the race to win, and hopefully we do see a little bit more of an international flair come into this race, and hopefully we see these full fields year after year, and maybe some of the local hopefuls get that chance to take home the biggest prize that they have to offer.
Acacia caught up with the man leading the winner into the winner's circle with that victory just after the race.
This win means everything. I'm speechless right now. You know, the horse has been campaigning well all year with this race in sight, and everything just worked to plan.
He got a nice pace to run at today too, but all throughout his career, this horse has been remarkably consistent.
Yes. I mean, he's versatile. He sprints, he goes long. You know, he'll run from in front, he'll stalk. He's just a wonderful horse to train.
For this day in Jamaica, we've spoken about it, what it means. You took over for your father training here. Your roots are here. Can you put into words what this day means to Jamaican racing and to your stable as well?
Oh, it means everything. I mean, all the hard work all year, I'm just reaping the benefits here. It's just icing on the cake.
And talk about, Hickory. This horse 8 for 11 in his career and has never been worse than third.
It's incredible to have the record like that and that level of consistency, no matter what types of races you're in or who you're running against, to just show up time after time. And I think that it's something that is often overlooked in a way of just, yes, maybe these horses don't always get themselves into the winner's circle, but to be able to maintain that form over time, regardless of competition, distance, it speaks for itself. It's just so impressive.
And, relayed to us, but we got to thank, too, Caymanas Park for just rolling out the red carpet for the last couple of years for everyone who's made that trip out there. Last year, Andy and Rajiv, and this year, Keisha joining Andy. But it's been tremendous, and year by year, it's growing. I brought it up when I was on with Paul earlier. It sounds like trying to continue growing the race. Naira's thinking about having a win and you're in to get there as well.
All right, well, that's exciting. That would be nice to be able to continue to bring this coverage and really showcase what they have to offer there. And I think that if you're hospitable towards Andy Serling and he's enjoying himself, that it really is something to be very proud of.
9 minutes away from this finale on our Sunday card. There's Prince Valiant, a first-timer for Todd Pletcher. Can Louisiana Lightning pick up another one, Mig?
I think he's got a very good opportunity to do just that here with the two Prince Valiant, who's just very well turned out. First-time starter from Todd Pletcher. They're well schooled. He looks fit to me. It's a recycled name. Prince Valiant was actually a horse that Green Tree Stable owned and bred many years ago that won the Louisiana Derby, a really nice horse. But we see a lot of names, especially when you're old like me and been in this game for 46 years, that you see get recycled, but making a nice impression. Out of the horses that run, the three, Vikinda, owned, bred, and trained by George Weaver, has natural speed. Interesting to me, he hasn't broken super sharp in either of his starts, but then still has speed. So he doesn't have what I would term gate speed, but you do see he came back and worked out of the starting gate for George Weaver. And out of the ones that have run, he would be the one I prefer. The 4 Sand Devil, I like a lot. I do think he'll be better for a race under his belt, but he's just a big, solid, thick individual. Out of the Mad Mineralogist, who was out of Seeking the Ante, a horse that I used to ride for Chester and Mary Bowman, stakes winner herself. Out of their Foundation mare, that actually was the mother of Friends Lake. So a very deep pedigree here, and a horse that has been training well in the morning and makes a nice impression here in the paddock. Like I said, do think will run well here. Do think this horse will improve with a start, though. And the 5, Asking for a Friend. I would remiss not to mention this son of Practical Joke. Lower profile connections, but the horse is extremely well turned out, making a very nice impression here in the paddock.
Well, if the 5 were able to pull off this huge upset at 38-1, that would result in a pick 6 carryover into next week. The 5 and the 9, the 2 biggest prices on the board, those are not covered in the pick 6.
No, and this horse for a 38-1 shot, he does have a little bit of pedigree. He is a half to several foals that are multiple winners, including Aggregation, who's multiple stakes placed and has 100 Beyer speed figure in the top echelon of what he's been capable of running. And yes, lower profile connections, but this horse has credentials outside of that to possibly shake things up, even if not on top in some of those exotics.
Post-parade coming up. Riders up. There is Kendrick Carmouche on a first-timer for Todd Pletcher. 9-2 right now.
Certainly has a lot going for him in terms of selling for $50,000 as a weanling for a freshman sire, King for a Day, who Todd Pletcher is very well familiar with and seems to be working well coming in.
Look at the 6. Paz the Soy Sauce has, again, don't know how he did it, but a big work out of the gate, a bullet drill back in late October.
Yeah, Flavien Prat getting aboard and didn't sell for that much as a weanling either, but seems to be one with a little bit of pedigree and maybe that will prefer turf later on.
All right, here's one of a few with experience in the race. We start with Joker on Fire.
He's had a couple of chances piling up, but I do like him cutting back in distance, speed, and fade last time out at the mile.
8-1 from the inside. Yeah, on the cut back in distance here. Here's the Todd Pletcher, first-time starter. Kendrick Carmouche, Prince Valiant.
And the dam did win 2 dirt sprint starts out of 3, and it seems as though this one could be live for Dangerous Connections.
Son of Vacoma, who was so brilliant for his trainer, George Weaver.
George Weaver all over this one in terms of ownership and pedigree, and ran well on dirt in the debut, which was rained off the turf.
Interesting first-timer for Linda Rice. Here's Sand Devil.
Richie talked about the deep female pedigree for this one and comes in with a decent work as well.
And maybe don't count this one out after what Mig said as well. Debuting for Juan Bernardini.
Yeah, it would be a big shock for me. I'm not saying that I would be betting this horse to win by any means, but there are some things to like at a huge price.
Paz the Soy Sauce, Tom Morley barn debuting, and gets Flavien Prat as well.
That big work, as we mentioned, going out for the history-making rider himself.
Rick Dutrow runner, who will have a second opportunity. Didn't take a lot of money first time out.
No, but ran into a good one in Kenny B. Certainly a day where being towards the inside and being forward wasn't a disadvantage.
Free dance, Ray Handel looking for a second on the card.
Had a couple of chances, was bet last time out though, and did finish third behind National Identity.
And another first timer, this one would also result pick 6 carryover. Another one with a bullet gate drill for Mitch Friedman.
Yeah, and those Omaha beaches do tend to be pretty precocious and show up in their debuts, but would be a bit of a surprise.
4 minutes to post in this Sunday finale to close out this week's action. You can play this race by getting signed up right there at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get that offer, that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with that code BONUS200. Again, right there at NairaBets.com. JK, tough one to close it out. Where are you going to wind up?
Yeah, I'm going to go George Weaver and the 3 Vakinda. Like Sarah mentioned, George knows his way around Vekoma, leading Vekoma to that stallion career, and what was an outstanding career in its own right. Wish I could have seen him run. I know you don't, Wolfie. I wish I could have seen him run in that Breeders' Cup Sprint. I think he might have beat Whitmore that day. But, c'est la vie. This is a horse that didn't take any money first time out and still ran pretty well into the teeth of a stablemate that actually did win the race. And, you know, when a horse sometimes can run well without taking money on debut, it gives me a little bit more comfort that they'll take another step forward when everything's kind of back in line. Now they are taking money. You know, give them a shot on the turf, see how that worked. I thought ran well enough on the turf. I just think this horse just might be okay. I'm going to go with the 3 Vakinda in here. I know the 2 looks a little bit dangerous, but give me the one with experience.
Yeah, I mean, listen, experience is always a good thing to have on your side. I'm going to go with a first-time starter, the 4 Sand Devil, and maybe it's a little bit of sentimentality as well because, again, you know, going back to the great Grand Am anti-spend, who I got to ride for Chester Mary Broman and all the way through and a lot of their foals, and he just looks fantastic in the warm-up. I mean, this horse is just floating over the ground, and he's a heavy-bodied horse, but he is coming off of 3 back-to-back 5-furlong works, so maybe he's just a horse that carries good weight. I like the 4 Sand Devil quite a bit watching him warm up. The 6 horse Paz the Soy Sauce, which I didn't really, you know, he didn't garner my attention as much in the paddock. Did like what I saw in the warm-up. I do think he's a horse that will be better for a start. He's just, you know, looking around just a touch in the warm-up, but a real nice mover and a horse that definitely almost grew in size when he hit the racetrack. Another first-time starter, very well turned out, denied dead aim for Mitch Friedman. Again, Mitch does good work for his main patron, Richard Greeley. This is a homebred by Omaha Beach. Again, Mitch does good work for his main patron, Richard Greeley. This is a homebred by Omaha Beach.
Apologies, we'll try and get back to Mig with those audio issues in just a moment. See what happens here coming up. How do you feel about this race? Do you prefer the ones with experience, or do you think there's some potentially some talented first-time starters here?
We could see some first-time starters that could be a little bit intriguing in this spot, and ultimately I did go with one of them for Todd Pletcher and Kendrick Carmouche having himself a day here, so that certainly helps. But I think that the horses with experience, they've run some good races, and it's always that unknown with your first-time starters of whether or not they actually have any ability out on the racetrack. So I don't want to say that this is open to a new face because Joker on Fire has a race 2 back that certainly fits. We saw Vakinda run very well in that common race, finishing 3rd behind him over a sloppy sealed track. And I get wanting to take a shot in here back on the dirt with this horse for George Weaver because he ran so well on this surface first time out and in that off the turf race at a big price. And there's no more turf racing this season in New York, so might as well see if your New York bred can handle a fast track.
2-1 Vakinda, the 3 George Weaver owns and trains. Son of Vekoma, former Mint Mile winner for George Weaver. Now 9-5. Wow, the public really settling in on this one. Who's been quick early, coming out of a turf race too, where the horse was forward. So probably going to be or at least have the ability, if he wants it, to be out in front. We'll see which of the firsters, though, show that speed as well.
Yeah, it certainly seems like from some of the workouts that we mentioned that a couple are quick away from the gate. And as you said, we don't know how much was being asked of them or how they went about things. But to be able to show those kinds of times out of the gate and get those bullet drills, it seems like somebody is likely to be forwardly placed.
Here we go, loading up for this finale on our Sunday card. Here on our Fox Sports 2 coverage, that 5-horse along with the 9 result again in a carryover into next week. And even though it seems unlikely, both those 2 runners, I mean, Mig made a case for the 5, just the way he looked, and the 9 does have a quickest bullet gate drill back in November for Mitch Friedman.
That one is actually a half to Rohan, who we saw earlier on today's card.
Who made his dirt debut earlier, right?
Yep.
Stepping in, there's Ruben Silveira. And if he has the ability to be forward on a horse, he never takes back. See what the 5 can give us here in the debut. Paz the Soy Sauce, another one with some quick works for Tom Morley. And just the fact attracting Flavien Prat as well gets your attention.
Certainly does, and I think that we have seen more than enough evidence to suggest that Flavien Prat, when he does take the mount, it's because he thinks he has an opportunity to be successful.
Chris Griffin with the call. Here's the nightcap on the Sunday card from Aqueduct.
Thanks, Greg. Getting set to go into the gate. Here's Whiskey Friends. Sand Devil. Free Dance. And Dead Aim. Dead Aim, last to load. Is in. All set. And they're off. Dead Aim breaks well from the far outside. Speed towards the inside here from a hard sent Vakinda. And Vakinda's got some pressure now, as here's Prince Valiant at the rail. And Prince Valiant, Kender Carmouche, and Vakinda towards the outside. Manny Franco, these 2 hook up in a pace duel on the front end. These 2 fly in the early stages. Sand Devils off of them in 3rd. And at the rail, here's Joker on Fire, progressing from 4th. Just behind them, losing some ground, that's Paz the Soy Sauce, who's in 5th, and they're lined up towards the back end of the field there. Asking for a Friend is in that mix, also their Whiskey Friends. The wide runs are going to be Free Dance and also Dead Aim, who broke with the leaders 22-1. They zipped through that opening quarter. Pace duel again, still on the front end. These 2 head-and-head. Vakinda's trying to dispatch a Prince Valiant, and Sand Devils just watching the action here from 3rd, is ranging up towards the outside. Joker on Fire is going to follow that move. The rest got to pick it up from there. It's been a nice journey here for Sand Devil, Jose Lescano, and they are sprinting clear of the rest. Vakinda is now trying to hold 2nd. Back to 3rd there is Prince Valiant, but the nice trip. Sand Devil has a final 16th, and it's going to be another winner here for Linda Rice. Jose Lescano, Sand Devil wins this one easily. Sand Devil over Vakinda, then came Prince Valiant and Free Dance in 1 minute 10-1.
Sand Devil, first time out. Impressive for Linda Rice with Jose Lescano, and got a nice setup early, too, with those 2 battling up front.
He did, but he really pulled away convincingly and was able to have some separation on those 2 that didn't completely give way. They were still able to hold on for 2nd and 3rd, and nice call by Richie Migliori, and he knows the family of this one well, and this one very impressive first out.
4-3-2-8. Yeah, this is a big effort in the debut. Connections have to be awfully excited about what the future holds here for Sand Devil after showing us this first time out. 1-10-1 easily in the debut against a field with some experience in it, including Vakinda, who's making career start number 3, beating a Todd Pletcher first-time starter who took some attention on the board. Free Dance, who's making start number 4. This is just the way he did it, too. Looked very professional.
He did. I know that he did get a setup in terms of the pace, but it just seemed like he was very comfortably breezing by, and I'm not at all a big gallop out person, but he seemed still very comfortable with how he was traveling following this race. Ears up, as you can see, towards the wire. It just seems like one that is one to possibly watch moving forwards. And Linda Rice already, of course, with the Angels for the 2-year-old New York bred fillies, and maybe now Sand Devil is the colt to keep an eye on.
So Sand Devil 4-1 closes out our Sunday action. Jose Lezcano for Linda Rice, Son of Violence, with the victory. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Take a look back to the other stake we've not talked about from our Saturday action. Flavien Prat yet again in the grade 3 go for 1. A tizzy in the sky for Todd Pletcher. Getting by a Colt and Movie Moxie for the victory. Stay with us. Back with you on our Sunday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. Play all the action through Naira Bets. Get signed up, started, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Play with us all through the holidays and beyond. It's Sand Devil, first time out for Linda Rice in the finale with her go-to man on board, Jose Lezcano, with a talented first-time starter.
Really professional, able to stalk the embattled duo that was setting the pace in here, sit the right kind of trip, and draw away convincingly from the rest of this field, many with experience, and he did not have that edge.
Mig liked the way this one was warming up for the debut, runs to those looks, and a bright future ahead. Let's go down to Mig.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. And I'm here with Linda Rice. And Linda, you had Sand Devil really well prepared. That was a very professional effort.
Yeah, he's really shown himself in his training. Let's say the last probably 6 to 8 weeks, I could just see him improving, you know, week to week, month to month, and we were pretty excited about running him today.
He's a really solid, big, solid kind of horse. Looks like he'll probably improve with that race, too.
Yeah, I really think so. You know, he's got a nice pedigree, a Mr. Chester and Mary Broman pedigree out of a good mare mineralogist. When Becky Thomas sent me this horse, you know, I think that she thought that this could be a nice one. And it's taken a little time to get him there, but I was pretty confident in today because he's trained like a nice horse.
He ran like a nice horse, and he goes all the way back to Chester and Mary Broman's foundation mare, Anti-Spend, the first horse they ever owned.
Exactly. They've had generations out of this family, and you know, I think I've had one or two out of the mare before, but I have not had one that is as good as this one. So
Great job. Really well prepared. Well done.
thank you.
Guys, a real nice looking horse with a very deep pedigree. Well prepared.
And wow, Linda Rice saying this could be a pretty good one. She's had a lot of good ones over the years.
She certainly had plenty of stock to be able to quantify and make that statement. So some very high praise coming from her about this horse's level of ability, and seems like she picked the right time to debut him and is looking forward to potentially a bright future.
All right, so Sand Devil closes things out. Exciting way to close it out with a 2-year-old we could be hearing a lot more from, certainly at least against New York breds down the line. Late pick 5. Got that near $20 horse with Bobby Jean. Can't Hurry Love, an upset winning for David Duggan. And then a first-timer paying $10 in the finale and get almost $2,400 back.
And Mig gave you 2 of those bigger prices, so a great day of handicapping from him.
Yesterday, it was all, well, this year, I guess, not just yesterday. It's been all about this man, Flavien Prat. What's going to be most certainly an Eclipse Award-winning year for this outstanding jockey. And got it done here on Tizzy in the Sky in the Go for One.
And she was coming off some time away as well. He was able to have some forward position with her, asking her at the right time and still having enough to hold off a colt who was charging late and coming out of a Grade 1 race and a Grade 1 placed finish. And even Muhimma running very well, closing towards the outside. But this is the moment that we were able to see early on in the card yesterday where Flavien Prat was making history and went on to make some more.
Yeah, again, with that race we showed you a little bit later on with that win in the Remsen on poster. Tizzy in the Sky, 9 times in her 13 career starts. She's been first or second. This is her 5th win. Goes off at 3-1, holding off Philly for Chad Brown, too. It just had been second to the reigning champion of the division, Idiomatic.
And with a tough start in that spinster as well. She's been one that's really come to hand as of late. And Tizzy in the Sky not having the recency edge, but still able to run back to one of her better races overall and get that graded stakes victory.
He just keeps producing time after time. Kim Dawn Racing Silks with Tizzy in the Sky, owners of this consistent 5-year-old mare. What a year it has been. $36.6 million in earnings, record for stakes victories, and they'll have plenty, again, of opportunities to break the record for graded stakes wins, tied right now with Jerry Bailey. Just incredible, Mig, what we've seen from this man from start to finish all year long, and this move coming to the East Coast. Wow, was it worth it?
Absolutely worth it. And, no one could have blamed him if he just stayed in his comfort zone in California. He would have dominated there. But he realized to get the recognition, to get the opportunity to ride as many good horses as he's riding, to put himself in a position to win the Eclipse Award. And there is no doubt he is your Eclipse champion this year as a Rider of the Year. He had to step out of that comfort zone, and he was on a mission, and he came here and he worked hard, and he's got the opportunities, made the most of them. And I applaud that. It's very hard for people in any walk of life, no matter what endeavor, to leave that comfort zone and do something outside the box. And I just feel like he's a pro's pro. Every rider has strengths and weaknesses. He has few weaknesses. He does everything well. He's a very well-rounded rider. And I liken it. I call it a chameleon. Your best riders are chameleons, meaning they fit the horse they're going to ride. They adapt to that horse and their style. They don't make a horse fit their style. And he's comfortable doing anything. Turf, dirt, long, short, closers, speed horses. I really, it's been an enjoyable experience watching him ride. And I think he's raised the level of an already world-class jockeys room. We are so blessed in New York. We have so many good riders. And he's definitely the story of the year, though, to me.
Yeah, no question. It's been special to watch him do his thing now on the East Coast. And, a lot of times, too, we see him do things we don't think his mount would be able to do in a race. Be forward on horses who've not really, in the past sometimes shown speed, steal races on the front end. I don't think he ever gets out-thought in a race.
No, he puts so much time and attention into really going through the race, handicapping himself where he wants to be and who he needs to beat, and that work pays off, all of that prep work prior to actually being out there. But not only coming up with a plan, being able to execute it and adapting to plan B, C, D, whatever may be happening in front of him. He has that ability to change the plan if necessary.
Well, well-deserved. Little bit of time off, as he said he's going to take, and then he is going to go after standing alone as the all-time leader in graded stakes wins. Right now tied with Jerry Bailey. He's going to have plenty of opportunities with those big races out on the West Coast after Christmas as well. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. We're going to look ahead to next weekend. Some New York Stallion Series stakes, including the Great White Way and the undefeated Sacrosanct. We'll be back in action for Brad Cox, putting that perfect 3-for-3 record on the line. Try and win a third straight stakes race. Stay with us.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire, continues the momentum with standouts like Ms. Big Bucks.
Ms. Big Bucks gets the victory.
As well as Born Dancer.
Born Dancer, gutsy, and Born Dancer wins it.
And 26 Black, winner at 3 of his last 5 starts.
26 Black has sprinted by. 26 Black, that's your winner.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, New York's #1 turf sire, standing at Rockridge Stud for the 2025 season.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on Naira Bets. Open your Naira Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the Naira Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
There's a passion in this game that grabs you, and you will not be able to let go.
I'm so blessed to do what I do. I don't lose sight of that for a half a second ever.
If you've never experienced the race, you need to experience it. And then tell me that it doesn't get your heart pounding.
It's like a thunderstorm coming. I mean, it's like electric, and it just shoof, it whisks past you.
Okay, there's heaven for horses. This is heaven.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them. Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com. Get a bath.
Every year, Rerun provides more than 100 thoroughbreds a safe landing when they leave the track. The Rerun team carefully evaluates each horse and person who wants to adopt.
Our adopters, they're specifically screened so that they can address each horse's individual training needs to bring out the optimal result in them.
Some X-race horses may excel in the show ring as hunters or jumpers. Others are handy enough to become polo ponies. And a few, like Deregulation, are quiet enough to be leadline horses for people like 7-year-old Raina Richardson, shown here leading her dad.
That's the result of a lot of time and effort on so many parts for New York racing, taking a stand and making sure these horses have a place to go when they actually do retire. For the Take the Lead program and their vetting process, and also their funding, which enables us to function as we do.
Naira fans will recognize My Boy Tate because the New York bred gelding earned most of his $837,000 in New York before retiring sound to Rerun.
Tate is going to go with some previous adopters, and he's going to be entered in the Retired Racehorse Makeover Project.
Malloy says Rerun horses like My Boy Tate and the easygoing son of American Pharaoh called Not Far Now will one day star in aftercare events that remind the public that horses should be respected at every stage of life.
For more information on the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund, that's where you can head, nybreds.com. Next weekend, got these New York Stallion Series races to look forward to, including the Great White Way and the undefeated Sacrosanct for trainer Brad Cox.
He's been so impressive and really able to progressively stretch out in distance, able to handle the mile last time with a hot pace with a more experienced rival with Mo Plex defeating him. I am really looking forward to a bit of a rematch, though, between him and Bold Fortune, a horse that did finish third behind him on debut and went on to win too. But he is the horse to beat looking at this field at first glance with what he's done so far.
This will be shortening up a touch off that mile win in the Sleepy Hollow. Took that big jump forward in that Bertram at Bongard with that 85 buyer figure. Backed up a little bit in the next start, but it was still impressive in victory. Maybe some distance limitations?
Potentially, but I don't even want to say that because the pace of this race in the Sleepy Hollow was so honest and really still able to hold together, and he put away another horse that really fought him to start things out in this spot. So maybe he is one that likes to be either first or second at first call. Maybe we see some other speed coming in with this open field, but he just seems like he's proven himself. He has some of the fastest races coming in, and he's going to be awfully tough.
That's a horse he handled pretty easily, too. The graded stakes winner, obviously, against Open Company there in Moplex. So that's the field that will line up in that Great White Way division of the New York Stallion Series for the boys. Meanwhile, for the fillies, Fifth Avenue, this is a look at the group that will go postward next weekend. That includes Chad Brown's Boston's Finest, Broker Maiden, start number 2, and then was impressive, with the Angels has been amazing for Linda Rice. No slouch being a runner-up to With the Angels in the Maid of the Mist.
No, and With the Angels able to really keep her win streak intact, remain undefeated, and then show a different dimension. So no shame at all in finishing second behind her, who is the leading 2-year-old filly as far as the New York breds as of now, and the leader by a major margin, as you can kind of see demonstrated here. But Boston's Finest not going to have to face that one coming into this spot this weekend, and she's also getting that slight cut back in distance like Sacrosanct from the mile to the 7 furlong.
And as you can see, a long way back to third. That was Carmen's Candy Jar crossing the wire third in that spot. So yeah, Boston's Finest looked like she could potentially be very tough in that Fifth Avenue division of the New York Stallion Series. So all that action coming up next weekend. We are back on Friday, not Thursday. We're back on Friday, 3 Eastern start time on our program next week. Our final graded stakes we had run just the other day. Saturday it was a lot of fun.
It was spectacular, just really being able to finish off the year with a lot of horses that we had seen all year long and follow the progression, and then have Flavien Prat, who we have been championing all year long, take that final step forward here in New York to tie that record, and really looking forward to what he can do the day after Christmas in California.
Now, obviously, we got 2 huge names coming back next year in 2025 in the 2-year-old champ Fierceness, in the Breeders' Cup Classic winner in Sierra Leone. That's going to be fun to see that rivalry, hopefully again. But locked moving forward off that performance we saw yesterday in the Cigar Mile, just his second start back of his 3-year-old campaign. After all that time away, I hadn't seen him since the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. What do you think of him going into next year?
Well, I think that he's one that Maggie was noting hadn't necessarily taken a step forward from a physical standpoint, even though he has certainly on the racetrack coming back off that layoff. And so then I start to wonder, what if he does? What if he does mature and start to develop more into himself, become looking like more of those older horses that he was lining up against and able to defeat in that Cigar Mile? He is also, unlike Fierceness, he doesn't have the inconsistencies. He has been able to really be at the top of his game when he's shown up, and taking the time to be as patient as Todd Pletcher was to bring him back. It's really paid off, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what he can do next year.
And, I mean, this is one of the strongest fields probably we've seen assembled anywhere this year. And to do this against them, and your second start back off a long time away as a 3-year-old, facing older horses, facing a horse who was just the runner-up of the Breeders' Cup Third Mile, horse who's a Grade 1 winner of the 4-go at Saratoga. It's a lot to like coming out of this performance.
Yeah, we have no strangers to 3-year-olds being successful in the Cigar Mile. Of course, Todd Pletcher, John Velasquez, also certainly very capable of winning this race. But this was a plan that was well executed, and really hoping that Locked can go on, stay healthy, and stay on the racetrack, because we have a lot to look forward to in 2025.
And I know a trainer I like heading into next year going towards the Oaks.
Yeah? You can think of one?
Brad Cox is absolutely loaded, just more and more depth with what we saw from Muhimma and that Demoiselle. Again, we'll see you Friday, 3 Eastern start time next week. Hope to see you then. It was Can't Hurry Love in the Garland of Roses off the bench. Was a stakes winner last time we saw her in June. Little foot issue. had to take some time away. She was impressive coming right back. In the Remsen poster, Flavien Prat, dirt debut, and now on the road to the Kentucky Derby off that performance. Muhimma, she's on the road to the Oaks for Brad Cox, who has immersive already, is going to be a champion. And how about Cigar and Locked in that performance? An exclamation point to end his year.